Hey, everybody. How y'all doing tonight?
Woohoo.
So good, thank you.
Hello.
I'm back on a real microphone. Well, more of one than last time.
This is
Yeah, it's a
Joyous.
fucking mood.
And so the focuser... No, not the stream is ending. I would hate that. That would be a real bummer. But luckily for us, this is an alternate timeline that we are not experiencing. So, instead, we get to focus on what's actually going on, which currently involves the very beginning of a Bastion turn, where a touch of stuff has been rolled, such as a little bit of health or the threat rolls, but a few of the other things, such as actually going through the process for most of the travel, needs to go ahead and happen.
We already rolled the shipwright's tools check, right?
That's right.
Okay, so that's been taken care of. The ship is not breaking. Okay,
The
Rat, if
weather
you'd be willing to
has
consume
also
the
been
ration.
rolled.
Adventure was rolled, right? I reset that.
Nope.
Yeah, we've not rolled the exploration roll. So
Hell.
you roll that, Golden. Have you rolled the threat rolls?
We
Yes, you
get
have,
a
okay.
11.
Oh, nice. That's pretty damn good result. Sorry, I'm trying to find the rules again. That's the wrong pin.
So it
Sorry,
goes.
I just want to make sure I'm doing it right so I don't lose any steps.
Yep.
Okay, so rations, exploration roll. Alright, travel actions. Aura,
Oh, I'm studying again.
Golden.
Guard.
As you go through
Chab.
the process of attempting to guard, you find yourself under a strange degree of a distraction. I'd like you to pick something else.
What the fuck?
Oh,
We got hit with the ADHD weather?
Oh no, because studying worked.
No, because this is my hyper focus.
Yeah,
That's
a
part of ADHD.
hyperfixation.
I see. Okay, so what's your second option, Golden?
I said study for the third time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It did not. Yeah, I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Sorry about that. My bad. Chad. We'll get back to you, Chad. Albatross.
I am going to gather.
Okay.
I am floating my disc.
Study.
Okay.
All right. Superb.
Got my sister with here.
No worries. Alright, so we got our threat rolled. Learning progress. Everyone roll their d6s.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
I'm 11 off.
Nice.
Ooh.
8. I'm guaranteed to get it next Bastion turn.
This is very good.
I am too, because 11.
Nice.
Well, nearly guaranteed.
That roller plus various goes 5 goes that.
Alright.
Okay. Math has been done.
30, 46. Okay, add 46 to. Yes.
Alright, we've consumed our rations. Alright, I believe that's Sebastian turn.
Superb. The weather overhead is exceptionally nice despite the swampy weather. It is clear skies, the sun shines through in a unreasonably bright way, and despite most of the other times bugs coming up and giving you quite a bit of bother, it's actually quite a serene day. Currently, there's very little to bother you.
Let's get on the move then.
Mm-hmm. All right.
As a reminder, you have 3 movements that you can travel along the hex edges for.
Corners, yeah.
1, 2. Boop. Whoop.
What boat?
Oh.
You'll have your boat.
Oh, boat.
I didn't know it was this nice. Oh my goodness. I thought it was like a little raft.
Nope, it's a folding boat.
Wow, this is incredible.
Basically, no matter where it is along
probably
this,
actually be
except for the very, very front, assume that it is 4 tiles wide. There are a few bits where it goes a little higher or a little lower. I tried to get it just right so that it feels good.
That's
but
close enough. It looks proper.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Like if
It's
I
very
was
cute.
standing right up here, it feels like I should be able to stand there.
Yeah.
Or if
that-
Heroaway was, it'd be like just like, oh, there's a little bit that he could get like exactly. It looks like
Yeah.
he's poised exactly where he should
yeah.
be.
Mhm.
Anyway,
Yeah, whereas here.
Mhm.
at the moment, I want you all to RP for a moment as you are traveling up along this river/coast side, up along the swamps.
I'm glad we're getting through this part of the swamp before high sun.
Yeah, we don't want to get caught in here when it's hot and muggy. That leads to dehydration really quick.
Has Kaio been going about the process of actually, at least partially, trying to offload some of the responsibility of ship riding to some of the others, or has he been almost purely responsible for making sure that the ship is actually
feel like
being
he-
driven correctly, sailed correctly?
He would try to offer direction. He is happy to steer, but there is more than that involved in ship sailing. But it depends on how receptive people are. He does have a mage hand that he can use if he needs to, so that on the steering, and then him with his actual hands maneuvering other things. But it really depends on if people are willing to help.
Tefric will do what he can, but I figure he's the one navigating.
Mm-hmm. You're telling me where to go. I'm directing
Yeah.
it, and then somebody else might have to
You're
adjust
good.
the stroke or something.
You're good.
Hey, Tefert,
Yes.
I'd like you to give me a perception check.
Hmm.
A perception check, you say? All right. A perception check you shall have.
Superb.
19.
As you're watching out and navigating along the coastline, making sure that you're ready to avoid an area that has particularly low tide where the ship might beach itself from what you saw on your way down, you end up seeing, in a glimpse of the mostly afternoon sun, as a rather low shadow begins to cruise itself along the coastline. You see as this blue spirit appears, slowly wandering out from the coastline and gently towards your ship as you are moving past. It seems to be able to keep up with you. In comparison to the one that you saw previously, this one does not seem to be screaming or twitching much at all.
It's a shadow. What kind of? One more time?
This is like a spirit of some kind.
Oh,
The shadow is just, it's late in the day.
okay. Okay. I'm going to point it out and then ask, Heroaway,
Yes.
go stuff.
Not more of this.
Everyone to arms.
Are we fighting?
If it fights,
As some of you attempt to reach for your weapons to be prepared, you find that your hands stop just 2 inches away from your weapons or spell components.
are we physically unable to grab them, or is it more of like a oh, I don't think I should grab this?
It's like you physically can't grab it.
Rat is like scratching at the barrier between him and his rifle as he is angry that he can't touch his precious.
Right.
I am pushing at the hilts, trying my best. I'm looking up at Hero Eye. Hero Eye, can you cast magic?
Which, of note, earlier before you saw this thing, you were able to grab your things just fine. Rat was probably cleaning his weapon. Tefrid may have leaned, or Friend may have leaned on it a bit to like rest while like on the ship. Kaio was using it to, walk around because it is also a staff. But as soon as you go to grab it for the purposes of defense here, you find yourself unable to hold on to it.
Now,
There's
most
some
of what I
spell
do,
that
I
can
don't.
cast.
Most of what I do, I do not need the assistance of my staff. So that's something, right?
Kaio,
Yes?
can you grab the steering wheel?
Oh, I am holding it, I would assume, at this very moment.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think I would have let go of it.
I was about to say I would like to initiate ramming speed.
Oh, I don't think that's
Better than nothing.
okay. I will give advice on how to adjust the sail so that it catches more of the wind. But I don't know how much control we have over the speed of this vessel, aside from that.
Probably not that
we're just-
quick.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, it got close really quickly. Okay, so we're not going to be able to hit this thing with our hull. Okay.
Are we fighting?
I don't know if we can.
As it
Myself and Kyle can, at least.
As it starts to crest over the side of the ship, it looks like it's twitching and it looks like it's almost starting to scream, but somehow is more at peace with itself than the other one you saw. And it gets uncomfortably close to Rat.
Okay, I will fire a chill touch, if I may.
You begin to start just the slightest touch of a spell, and you just stop halfway through for a reason you don't understand.
Magic is not...
You're of note, the other magic, you did a bit of Mage Hand earlier. It worked just fine when you were steering the ship. The spirit is traveling alongside your ship right now, nearby Rat. Just going forward as you go forward with it. It's been about 12 seconds of it just being nearby and just looking at him.
Rat is just kind of up against the back of the wall, kind of just looking at it.
Kyle, that was a spell without material components, yes?
Yes. Just my word in my hand.
It moves up
All
and
right.
floats up to the front and just looks at Tefrid for a little bit and looks out in front of the ship as it's drifting alongside you for a moment.
Hey, friend, do you need a ride?
It gives
I'm looking
no
right
words.
at it. I'm going to try it in Elvish.
It gives no words.
Okay. Does it have any response?
Eventually, it probably gives like a slight moan, almost like a cry, but a little bit less of a cry than like a cry of pain. More like,
like
a
to-
whimper.
I'd like to reach out my hand to it. Are you hurt?
It reaches it starts to reach its hand out to you, and you can tell that as it gets closer, it wants to grab your hand, but something stops it from doing so.
Oh,
I think...
it can't. Oh, okay, hold on. If it touches me, I think it would hurt me.
It was also unable to wail earlier.
To use the screech, yeah. It's a banshee, I think.
Very likely similar sort of undead to what we met previously.
But it can't. I'd like to look this thing up and down. Is there anything else off about it?
Compared to the other one, it's moving a hell of a lot less. Like, that's erratically. The other one was drifting back and forth, like, scattering, searching behind rocks, moving like 20 feet in a moment and then staying still and looking at something, then erratically moving to another location and just dashing between spots. This one is moving much more singularly and just kind of going to where it goes at a much more consistent rate, and it's not flailing its arms, it's not screaming.
I'm curious
I'm still
if
holding
this will
on.
work.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. You go ahead.
I am still holding on to the wheel, but I am looking increasingly exasperated and stressed by the situation because it's drawing nearer, and I cannot defend myself if need be.
Shit, I don't have it prepared. Never mind.
Was it remove curse? Because that was my
Nope,
suggestion.
I was going to. I don't have remove curse. I was going to try and cast detect magic, see if there is any abjuration on it or something of the sort.
Do you grow a bit fearful when it gets closer?
Oh, yeah, but I can't let go of the
As soon as
wheel
you
or
get
else-
to the point that you feel like you should take a step away, it sort of floats back a little bit and it like tumbles a bit as it does so.
I can't test this theory right now because the spell is strictly in my book and I can't reach for that right now, but I'm willing to bet it's under the effect of some sort of magic that prevents harmful actions from being taken.
And
It's
it's
sort of similar to a sanctuary spell, but it
Mhm.
would be the source of it. And putting itself and everything around it under that sort of effect.
It
I'd like-
tumbles backwards off the side of the ship. Still, it doesn't fall down into the water. It's still floating in the air, traveling alongside you. But it does do a bit of a tumble in the air as it is shoved back from where Kaio was.
I'd like to test your theory, and I will extend my hand in like an inviting gesture towards it. One hand on the steering wheel, the other towards the ghost.
If we tried that, it was rebuked.
Yeah.
Hmm?
A
think
similar
it's-
story happens as it reaches forward and it manages to get about 2 inches away from Kaio, but it can't. But it just sort of paws at you, and its hand sort of disappears as it would move through you. Instead, it just disappears and then reappears on the other side of your hand.
its hands cause harm, I think.
Oh, well, I suppose we should be thankful that it can't do that. I would like to try to speak to it in Celestial. I don't know why it would know that, but I feel like it might be comforting for something departed to hear the word of the angel. Say, do you understand me? Can you hear what I'm saying?
The slight whimpering it has begins to slow down and stop.
Oh. Does it seem like it recognized the words, or just that it heard me speaking?
That would be up to your interpretation.
I will say again in Celestial, can you speak? Please speak to me if you can.
It floats around friends for a moment.
I shake my head. Apparently not, this time in common.
He's just been watching the whole time. In fact, he probably didn't even reach for his weapon.
That's very valid. It probably stays on the ship for about 15 minutes in the absence of anybody trying anything else before it just drifts away back onto the swampy coastline.
I would like to try one more thing.
Sure.
Hiroi would like to try and cast Presti.
Okay, what do you do?
He's going to use the create a non-magical trinket to create a desert flower from near Dugan
Mm-hmm.
and see if he actually can do that, since it is a non-aggressive spell
Yes.
that has
You
no
can.
material components.
You can.
Well, that proves at least part of the theory.
After
Did friend mention anything about not being distracted, about not being able to guard during this?
well, friends, if not, he always can after this.
Yeah, he would do it after.
So after another 15 minutes or so of being on the ship, eventually it just lifts up a little bit higher off of the deck and then drifts slowly back into the swamp to the east.
Oh well, strange soul.
Rat runs back over to his rifle,
Mm-hmm.
picks it up and hugs it. He waits until it's clear, then goes upstairs and tries to bite Hirway's leg.
You stop about 2 inches away from being able to actually do so. Like, you can't even open up your jaw. You just sort of lunge forward and then you just stop. You don't know why you stop, but you stop.
He's just kind of staring at the leg, the meaty haunch, and nods his head a couple of times, and then goes down. He's not sharing what he's discovered. He thinks that everybody else also knows it.
Wait,
Tefred's probably... What's Tefred's passive?
Tefred's passive perception of 15, I believe.
That's probably enough. Rat wasn't being particularly sneaky. He just wasn't sharing.
Oh no, I'm glad I turned around and saw that Tefred had a different plan to test that. One that was hazardous to his health.
I imagine that as a subject to that, I would also notice, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's
Well,
trying to be
it
subtle.
was very
I think this is
fast.
just- yeah.
He ran up behind you, opened his jaw, couldn't or didn't even get to open his jaw, like stopped behind you and then just walked away. Like he wasn't being stealthy, but it probably just sounded like Rat was walking behind him.
Like, maybe you hear a little bit of, like, a jump or a lunge, like, barely, but it's more like just a
Yeah,
tiny
fair.
bit of creaking as he sort of rears his legs. But otherwise, yeah, I was kind of just Rat walked up behind you and then walked away for no discernible reason.
That does check out. That
Walks
is
up,
very rat core.
walks up, looks at leg, leaves, refuses to elaborate.
Mm-hmm. It's very
Yeah, that is-
character.
Yeah, that is extremely rat core.
Tefred's thinking for a moment, and then he looks. Rat?
You hear from like, I assume that this is an elevation, so like he's underneath in this area. You see
Yeah.
Rat, what's our supplies looking like for rations?
He blinks a couple of times.
Week 2 more easy. More that. Eh.
Is that a long week or a short week?
Rat doesn't. Okay, so that is long week, but for explanation here, Rat doesn't really get the construct of like it has been a quote unquote week, like the number of days per se. I feel like
Mm-hmm.
because to him, every 2 weeks is when we have been stopping and doing things, and people have designated things as like a week as a measurement of time. I don't necessarily know if that would have been the same case. Like,
Yeah,
would
probably
the
wouldn't have
kobolds
been.
have
Yeah.
measured time in the same type of week? Because
They
it's
probably
very
would have just
arbitrary.
measured it by days, and even then, that would probably fall apart sometimes when you're underground for longer periods of time.
Yeah, so not only is he very young, he's been traveling almost half his life at this point with this group. Well, almost 50% of his, or 33%. I'm trying to math it backwards of his life on the group. He hears the word week, and then he also sees the association with the 2 week time spans that they're taking, and he refers to probably
Yeah, gotta go.
inherently
Yep.
refers to a week.
So the
as
long
just-
weeks. Yep.
Yeah, the long week. trying to work it out.
We might have a unique opportunity. So,
what might that be?
we know the undead are heading east, right?
Indeed.
Well, we might have a few days of being unable to get into a conflict with them.
What are you planning?
We could head east for a portion of this trip. I was wondering if we had enough resources to not make a stop at, what's the name of the town?
Bartiza.
Bartiza, yeah. If we have enough supplies to not make a stop at Bartiza, instead just head east once we hit the shore. And we can maybe find something out. Learn something. This is a miracle opportunity potentially for us to learn about what's happening.
It could also be exceedingly dangerous. We don't know how long this is going to last. We don't
You're right,
know
we
if we
don't.
have an easy way back to the Shining City from
Rainstorm,
the east.
maybe local place thing.
Oh, I'm not suggesting we go all the way east. I'm saying maybe we can find a trail and maybe get something while we are not in for a few days. And every morning we can check whether or not we're affected by it again. This kind of feels to me like when you guys couldn't cast magic during the Querac.
Rat's underneath the area, going through different tools, trying to push a pin into himself, like from one of his Tinker's kits that you use to disassemble small things.
You can use it just fine when it comes to like managing a piece of leather or like pushing together like a screwdriver or not screwdriver, piece of like metal for actually bending some of your equipment into a proper place. But as soon as you try to use it on yourself, you just can't.
Now it's a couple times.
I don't know. It's just an idea. We can maybe take this opportunity just for a few days, maybe just until we can tell this is worn off. But we're not too far from the city. We're not too far from safety necessarily. And it could be more valuable information to bring back. It could be information that saves lives. Or it could be nothing.
Io, you're the one driving the boat. Do you approve this expedition?
If we've got the resources, I don't see a problem with bringing ourselves a little bit more on the way back.
Alright, when we get out of the swamp, we head east.
Okay. Thank you.
We can make some good friends with that info of yours.
He is
No, little
testing.
rat.
He is being scientific.
No, little rat boy, don't run with scissors.
He spins and spins and spins, and even when he doesn't know it's about to happen, he stops before he hits front. He just falls over gently onto the floor.
Hold on. All right. I think how it would be best to go about this is if we landed today and then started moving east today or tomorrow.
Alright.
So we end up.
You can mount onto either of those tiles this turn if you'd like.
Yeah,
This
we
time.
can't get a little farther north, which I would prefer, but we can get to here.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you...
Alright, that's
that can be the end of the 31st, and yeah. The swamps here are particularly muddy and particularly not good for finding a good spot to settle down, and so you end up having to travel a little longer, slightly late into the night to attempt to find some place. But eventually, Tefford manages to scout out a small rocky outcropping that comes up out of some of the water to actually give him, y'all, a bit of an actually nice place to set up camp for the night, along with a small, strange, almost craft piece on top. You dock the ship to the side. Don't deconstruct it because you don't normally do that if you're... Well, actually, no. I guess you are stopping soon enough, so you probably would deconstruct it, and you begin to set up camp as you have a bit of time to talk about how you want to proceed.
Well,
So just to be clear with all of you, because I realize many of you might not have a good understanding of which way of where we're going or how we're getting there. Sorry, I just have to think for a second.
no, that's fine.
No worries.
Straight north from where we are, effectively,
It's Bartiza.
is Bartiza. East from here is going to take us through eventually where we found that other necropolis. If it gets all the way there, I don't know if we would make it all the way there, but just north of there is safety. It's the city, it's towns, it's resupply. I just want to be clear with you all before we move forward.
Friend nods.
Because if I'm being perfectly honest, something that I am worried about now at this point in time, all these skeletons and everything, all these undead are heading east, and we already found one necropolis that way. Are they heading there? That necropolis is not far from the city. It's not far from anything over there.
Isn't that still more than 10 days travel out, though? This could be long gone by then.
It could be. And if we need to, like I said, if we need to, what we can do is we can pivot and we can move and we can go north again. And we can just stop what we're doing and move away if we feel like we're in danger. I wouldn't suggest this if I didn't think we would be okay with if I didn't think we would have an escape route.
Point of order.
Yes.
Skeletons don't have to rest.
They don't. But I'm also kind of banking on them still needing to move and not wanting to engage with us in the slightest. This is just a bit of an extra insurance. That banshee, that was a banshee. That is a dangerous creature. It was trying to hurt us.
Was it?
Indeed.
Oh, I thought it was just.
It tried to shriek. It tried
It tried to shriek. I reached out
Oh.
to it. It couldn't damage us.
If it had shrieked, we would all likely be bleeding out.
I thought we found something nice for once.
Don't think
No,
so.
rule of thumb: undead are
We found
never
plenty
nice.
of nice things.
Yeah, but like,
We found the
ghost.
skink village. We found the quaddles. We found friend.
Friend is not a ghost.
Oh, well, you're talking about ghosts. I thought you just meant things on the road.
Friendly undead. We're dealing with so many of them lately. It would be nice if one of them wasn't trying to kill us.
That would be nice. I agree.
The only nice undead is one that's being actively bound and restrained by a necromancer.
I don't quite like those either, but sure.
They are better destroyed.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I'm with friend on this one, yeah. Well, can't blame me for being an optimist, I guess.
But
That said, undead have been used in some rather impressive civic projects in the past.
Really?
Yes, I don't have an encyclopedia on hand, but
where'd they get the... Hold on. Where?
Really, where?
In some other cities, in some part of the kingdoms. I don't recall the specifics. I just remember lessons when I was younger about necromancy being used to accelerate civics projects.
Wonder where they got the dead.
Very likely from the countless dead of the unending wars between the kingdoms and the empire.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
Either that, or those who died fending off whatever monsters crawled up out of the wilderlands and into the kingdoms. Or those who donated their bodies to serve their families in the hereafter.
Rat climbs up friend and tugs on his cloak. It points at the statue.
Gold silver look. Take.
Why?
Gold silver.
Takes a look at the statue.
And he
It's a
points
little bit
directly at
It's a little bit difficult to see through some of the mud and moss, but there enough in some of the crevices, there's bits of gold and silver. As you sort of wipe some of it away, it's clear that this is some kind of script, but it's not a script that you would read.
Can I try to interpret it anyway?
Like what do you mean?
Is it like magical?
No.
just a language you can't understand.
Out of character, does comprehend languages work on text?
Yep.
Yep.
Have to be touching the text though, so.
In that case, he would motion Hiroi over.
Rat
What is
repeats
it?
the same thing to Hiroi.
Look, gold silver. Take.
Give me 2 seconds.
Mhm.
I know Hiroi does. And okay, good. Alright, I know the situation unless I messed up. Ooh, I might have messed up. Alright, I make one small amendment.
Mm-hmm.
With a little bit more of it actually
It.
abrased off. Yeah. As Hiroi calls over and you look back to start pointing at it. Now that it's actually clear, you can see that these disconnected lines are actually readable for both you and Hiroi. For you, it's a pretty big issue, and you're like, oh, that, like, right there is a word of, like, the 12 or so. You're like, oh, I know that one. As for Hiroi, it is a very nice and natural read, as it is in Hobgoblin script.
Ah,
12.
let's see here.
I will send you something in a moment while the rest
Yep.
of you talk.
One moment, I just need to read through this whole thing so that I can give an accurate translation.
Friend is going to try and clean off more of the statue.
What are you hoping that you'll find?
Gold silver. Take. But 12.
As he gestures towards it.
Does it seem like there would be gold or silver in that?
He points directly into the words, which are inlaid with gold and silver.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, I didn't even... It seems like such a minuscule amount. I wouldn't say the word minuscule. Doesn't seem like there's much there.
He kind of crosses his arms.
Don't know that you.
I'll help here. And he will pull a knife and just kind of help chip in.
Got
Got
I
nothing
would
better to
assume
do.
Hiroe is currently reading it, so probably in front of it for now.
Oh. Whoop. Never mind. I'm just observing then.
I'm almost done.
No, no worries. Just play with my knife then.
Okay, here we are. Forever diligent and beloved, to last longer than us, my wonderful Tatrir. This is a memorial,
There's a
presumably to someone who died.
there's a little bit of a rumble underneath the ground as you say the last word.
That's pleasant. Hold on. Can you say that again?
Hiro is actually going to repeat the inscription's text in Goblin. See if that causes anything different to happen.
There starts to be quite the sizable rumble underneath you, and a little bit of the water nearby starts to shake around a bit.
You're speaking. Hold on. Is that Hobgoblin here, way?
This is the Goblin tongue, yes.
Mirandor. You just found a relic.
As the
I
ground
suppose.
begins to rumble more and more, you start to realize that the edges of this rock are getting a little more steep and slope as it begins to rise out of the ground a little bit, and Hiroe and Kaio begin to be a little bit invested in getting much closer to the center of the rock.
Yep.
As
Oh, I was trying to avoid whatever was going
they
on here.
are, as you very much don't want to be the one to end up in the water. However, as it finally finishes cresting up out of the ground, you realize that you are on the back of a giant turtle with that
Oh,
on the very tippy top of its back, on its shell.
Oh,
Its head
I-
is facing south.
I get lower to the ground so I don't topple over. I'm assuming it's a little hard to balance as it's adjusting its way up.
Only a touch. It's pretty easy, and there is not really any other land nearby right now.
Mm-hmm. Have I seen anything like this before? Have any of us seen anything like this?
You've probably seen turtles that are like much larger than normal, like probably like 5x5 turtles, aside from like, turtles, and maybe a few giant turtles that are like 10 foot.
Oh, perfect.
But something like this is completely foreign to you.
Mm-hmm.
It gives a gentle little groan, just. Oh.
hi.
Oh.
Do you speak common?
It moves its jaw around a little bit and like gnaws in front of it. And it starts to slowly crane its neck around, and it looks at Hiroi with its big bulbous eyes. Or at least one of them. Side of the head and all that.
Yeah.
Then slowly goes back to looking forward. It takes a few steps, which is a little difficult for people to stay on to, but you succeed anyway, and leans down and starts nibbling on a bit of the mossy and leafy bits that stick up out of the water.
How are the mules holding up?
They are balancing. They are huddled up right next to the statue part and are pretty scared.
Yeah.
But they have
Rat
been
points at
very well
Hero.
trained by this point to stay exactly where they have been let go.
Rat points at Hero and says,
Order given, stupid gum tongue.
Indeed. Well, do we want to see if it will take us to the east?
Rat points
sure.
up and says,
East go, turds.
in Goblin.
And it continues eating.
Okay, I don't know if it can understand us.
It responded more.
Of note, Rat is to Hiroe. Rat spoke shit ass like
Mhm.
goblin. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
his common is rough. His goblin is
worse.
yeah.
Yeah. He probably said some word that's like vaguely similar to East. Like he interpreted the word 12 on that slab. Like
Artier, can you take us east?
It starts walking forward, which is south, and it continues walking south for a bit. It is doing it rather slowly and not making, and it is making sure that you are not falling off. I'd like you to make me an animal handling.
Oh boy. I'm not good at these.
That's okay. That's what
Yeah.
you're here to be better at. Like that.
you're not
I
bad at them.
See? He's perfect. After a few extra attempts of attempting to figure out which words work and which words doesn't, which words don't, you realize it doesn't understand what east is, but when you said, "Can you take us?" it started walking, and when you ask it to stop, it stops, and gradually over time you can start pointing it in directions and start telling it you realize it understands left, right, forward, those sorts of things. And it begins carrying you east overnight.
Base.
Oh, well, good work, Hiroe.
It's a little difficult for any of you to become comfortable actually attempting to sleep through the night, despite the back being rather flat and not too much of a risk of falling over. The idea of it certainly leaves you displeased. So it's up to y'all if how good the quality of your sleep is tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Poor, I'm sure, but I mean,
Not
what a once in a
phenomenal
lifetime
sometimes.
experience.
I imagine Hero is going to like outfit each person with the command words to like in case course correction has to be made while that person is on watch.
Rat will not pronounce them correctly.
Yeah.
Kaio is probably the only person who would be able to like get close.
I've got the linguistic skills. I've been working on them.
When morning comes the next day, you find yourself just past the swamp where some of the last bits of tree coverage of the marshy bogland begins to really finally give way into being pure, unadulterated grasslands for a bit. And they have begin to not go dormant, but they've put their legs down and their shell is pretty close to the ground as Tatire does not seem to go any further.
Thank you. He said that in Goblin, of course.
Yeah. No.
Rat kind of scratches his head for a second and reaches through his bags and stuff. And he grabs a couple of things and through a good amalgamation of different light reactive stuff and non-light reactive stuff, essentially uses his tinkering thing to take a quote-unquote picture of the big turtle,
You know what? That's fair.
because he does have that as a artificer, and he kind of like grabs like the one of the small scraps of paper he's got, probably not small to him, but small to somebody who's bigger than him, and like prepares all of the things. Probably like has a pretty big crystal behind him that he like crunches, and it makes a flash of light that passes through the paper with a certain
Yep.
type of stain on it, and the image of the turtle slowly appears on it.
That'll do it. You probably get a little bit better of a image than you would have gotten in the past, because you use like spark spite to light a very good consistent fire that stays in one spot and doesn't flutter too much, and you're able to get a very good like reverse print over on it.
Matt nods a couple of times and strokes his chin.
Kyle,
He hands the
Yes.
image up to
I
Hiroi.
would like you to give me either an animal handling or an insight.
Let me see. It's gonna be insight because that's something I'm actually good at. And would I have the foresight to guide myself for this?
Can I
Probably.
give the help action since I've been doing a lot of the turtle stuff?
Sure.
Oh,
That'll do
17.
The
Nice.
illusion of free will.
The illusion of free will. Given that you're the one who spent a lot of your time out sea, much more than anyone else, as you get off of the wonderful turtle and you're looking back at it, you're looking at different parts of its body and realizing just the enormity of how old this beastie probably is.
how old does it seem?
Unreasonably old.
Older than the relic that we saw for sure.
Yeah.
That
It's a
was its
beautiful
fucking name tag.
Mm,
That
Rat's
fucking
kind of
pillar was its name tag.
waving the picture in front of Hiroi as he kind of jumps up, or as much as in front of as he can, considering he's 2 feet tall, uh, and tries to get him to grab onto it.
Thank you, Rat.
He nods his head no at the thank you and says, and points at it and says,
Big turtle is. Rat not stupid. Rat not care, but understand.
he kind of scratches his head for a second, trying to think of the words before he eventually just starts in Draconic, because he wants to communicate something important.
As much as I don't give 2 flying fucks about history, there are people that do. And this thing is something. So, I assume someone at the city will care about this. Maybe enough to make us gold.
Right. Hiroi is going to continue in common specifically, and presumably, if we bring that to, say, the naturalists, they would be they would have particular interests.
He nods a couple of times.
Oh. As the last of you end up dismounting, and one of you, probably friends, has to very carefully help the mules off from on top of it.
And he does.
I've got this, says Rat, crushed under the weight of the mules.
He lifts it up for like a second in a Tom and Jerry moment, and he's like, "Ah!" And then, of course, just disappears.
Yeah. As the party finishes dismounting, Hiroi is going to give Tartir a pat, probably like on the tip of its lower jaw or something like that.
It pushes ever so slightly against you, super gently, and just barely pushes you back like half an inch as it nuzzles its chin up against you. You can tell that it's been very well trained and is very, very gentle and aware of its size.
You did wonderfully.
No.
Rat kind of crosses his arms and says,
Big shell make good boat.
No.
In common, or
in common,
yeah.
because, he is still stumbling his words.
Yep. And Tatrir just waits along that border and watches you guys as you leave, or perhaps don't leave, as is up to you.
We want to tell him to go back?
Tell him he's okay to go back, please.
Yeah,
Tell
of course.
Poor boy.
Go back. Rest Tartier.
Oh, and the size of just how big it is as you're now not on its back really goes to show, as it ends up towering 25 feet over you. Like, more like 29 feet over Rat. And actually begins walking back through and leaving just these colossal footprints in the ground as it makes its way back into the swamp. And after about 4 or 5 minutes, disappears into the woodline of the bog and its trees.
We need to mark his location on our map if we intend to report his existence to the naturalists.
Towards.
A creature so grand and gentle must be miserably lonely, having been out there for so long. Much as I have little regard in general for the naturalists' intentions, I hope they're able to do good by Tartier.
Do you think they would let it stay here, or do you think they would try and take it someplace more available?
Well, frankly, whichever they chose, I imagine they would give him a better home than just isolation in the swamp.
Rat kind of shrugs and says,
Maybe if here means something about where Mimdorb is. Seem not want leave.
I- Oh, we should get going then.
Rat nods. And
We don't want to waste what time we have with this weather, if
That
we can
thing.
call it that.
that freaky thing.
And so, the party can continue on. The beginning of the 32nd on
32nd.
either of the adjacent tiles.
Oh.
I'm going this one.
So be it.
All right. 1, 2.
Alright, so that is 3
Boop-a-doo-boo.
above the jungle line. Means that is, since that's the one that spikes up, that is this one, which is 2 from that. Which is... Let me make sure. Just, always awkward when it's order.
Actually, get on this real quick.
Yeah, okay. So that is your 2 tiles of movement?
Mm-hmm.
We got one
Okay.
more.
So it goes. For some reason does it still show the other fog of war for you guys? Like
Nice.
the area that you explored previously on the right?
It's totally fog of war right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does look
First-
totally fogged of war.
It shows the area that you explored for me, but it does not show it for the stream, which is why I asked. So I'm just gonna run you through the area that you had done real quick while you think about where you're gonna go down there.
Depleted. No way.
There you go. And with your final point of movement on this 30-second day, go ahead.
That works for me, right there. We still have the boat out. Could we cross the river as if we had a bridge? Because we had it out.
Yep.
Okay, so
Fantastic.
it doesn't take extra movement to just cross a river at that point, then.
Hmm.
Well,
That's
as long as you use it.
Yep.
Two, three. Good thing we're gonna need it. Oh dear, more jungle. One, and then we can get two down here, right?
That was 2 movement, I believe.
To get onto it.
Yeah, to get onto the forest.
Yep.
Oh yeah, okay. And then now's the next day.
Yep, this
Well, if
34.
it took 2, then we would have 1, which would be half movement to it, which would make the difference on getting onto the next tile.
Yeah, so you have half. You get to move half into one of the other ones because you save one of your points of movement into moving into one of the
Right.
twos. So it's the next day. You have 4 points of movement.
Yeah, so it's the 34th.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2,
1,
3,
2.
4. All right, next day.
This jungle goes fucking north. Holy shit.
Whoop, jungling this shit.
Are we seeing any signs of undead travel currently?
Go ahead and give me like one of your tracking rolls, like as if you were doing a gather,
As I was doing, like
like the
A
gathering,
forage?
hunting, foraging.
Oh yeah,
tracking.
you never actually did the gathering.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
you
you're
also
right,
did
I
not
did.
do that. Yeah.
let's treat this for both.
2 and 1.
Uh-huh. I'm feeling a little lucky.
Also, I'm not a fan of you saying doing it for both. So yeah.
Okay.
fine. Food is a little
Alright, so-
rough, but for exploration,
Yeah. Okay. I was about to click my Constitution modifier, but it wouldn't have mattered. Can't roll ones. Can't roll one. Can roll ones. Can roll
Yeah,
ones.
can't
Jesus
roll
And
Christ.
roll
nope,
ones.
Nope. Disagree.
Can roll ones.
Disagree. Roll again.
Can't roll ones.
Halflings can roll ones if they roll a 1 on the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, not right now. They can.
Yeah, well, disagree.
Okay.
Oh.
Fine.
Hmm.
All right. Let's go.
This is like a non-singular activity. This is like multiple instances of
God
stuff.
damn.
over time,
Whoa,
right?
Hold on.
Are you
Have
feeling
my other
lucky?
lucky. I have 2 more luckies technically. Not just can't use it for the
Oh
same
my
roll.
god.
You know what? You don't actually need to
No,
do
no.
this. I should.
No,
count
no.
this.
I wanted it.
Okay.
16.
Well,
What
what
you're
I'm
my
saying
God.
is this should probably be counted under your like exploration roll, is what
Oh,
I'm
okay.
realizing.
11. Then.
Right. Yeah. And 11 is enough to pass the threshold. As you're going along, as you approach this part of the river, you're able to see as there's quite a bit of unnatural track along the river that has a lot of upturned mud in a way that does not seem very graceful, as if a actual creature would be doing so. Does not seem natural to have that much mud and sludge being upturned along the riverbank.
Almost as if something's dragging.
Yes,
Okay.
it is heading to the southeast,
Southeast. Ooh, okay.
like all along the length of the river.
Along the length of the river. All right. So, I'd like to have a poll with everybody here.
Mm-hmm.
The undead tracks, I think they're undead, there's something dragging through the water, are heading southeast.
If we're as far north as I think we are, then they would miss that other necropolis by a
They
fair
would.
bit.
Yeah, they're going along the river. Unless they're trying to get to a bridge or around a river, then
Or just find crossing.
or find a crossing. Yeah, I'm not sure. Plus, there's jungle to our south, so that would significantly. So unless we boated, this
I mean,
coyote boat us.
we have a boat. I think that we can make
I-
use of it.
I'm wondering if you all feel comfortable enough with moving south to do that. I don't want to put you guys in any more danger than we're already in.
I don't think it's worth risking it at this point.
Okay.
If
So
they
we
are
can-
searching for a crossing, they're searching for that necropolis. It's
Mhm.
best to be prepared regardless.
Okay.
And we can ask the family of UMD to monitor undead activity at that necropolis, given that they know about it.
All right. I'm with you on that.
As
I
Rat so
just-
kindly mentioned back at the other necropolis, this is above our pay grade.
Very true. Very true. Not at all our problem.
But okay. Well,
It will be our problem, but it is not one that we can realistically contend with. It's best to use this current condition to ensure that we have safe passage back to the city so that we can live to tell our tale. I do not mean to be dismissive, Teprid. I just
no, I understand.
Rat nods a couple times.
Rat does mean dismissive. We
I-
go.
I just don't. I feel like looking at this as a pay grade thing is kind of ignoring, like, people's. I won't try to make us do anything that the group doesn't want to do.
I understand. I was using pay grade to speak in the same terms that have been used before. But I understand.
Just any kind of knowledge, any kind of method. Like, this could be really dangerous. This could be bad for every living thing nearby. And if we could. I want to test our crossing theory. I think we have enough supplies to get back to a resupply afterward, if we're correct with Rat. So I do think we could afford to be a little bit south, at least a bit. Try to figure out what's going on, and if we can't and try to get some kind of visual, because
All right.
anyone else flying blinded to this, we currently have the advantage. I'm gonna take a dagger and try to stab it at my hand.
And despite the exceptional vigor in which you do it, it does still stop.
We are in a unique situation. We can help. We're here. We have the spot. We are, for the moment, safe from anything that's not a natural phenomenon. And we're on a river, which traditionally not good for undead. We have a boat. We can get away. I think this is important.
I don't mind taking a look. I just don't bite off more than you can chew, please.
3 more days.
3 more days.
If we haven't found anything by then, we need to get back to the city.
I understand. Thank you.
This is not something we can afford to be caught out in the middle of.
All right. Well, we can head a little bit south on our boat today, or well, east and south. Thank you. Rat, what do you think? Are you okay with this? I want to just.
He just grumbles in response, nods his head in like a generally dismissive fashion.
Friend?
Tefrid is right. We should at least scout it out. at the minimum.
Thank you. Tefred like has like a genuine like small smile on his face. He's just very happy in this moment. All right, Kaio, get ready. We're setting sail on the river. Which way does this river flow?
To the south.
To the south. Okay, so we're going downstream.
Oh, perfect. Very easy. Very easy.
Design
All
is
right.
very human.
So that's one more movement, and then we whoop. Whee! All right.
For to be completely clear, what I mean is that if we want to have a genuine shot at doing anything about any of this, our best chance of doing so is to become stronger. And we can only do that by surviving.
I know, Hero, but I think some risks are worth taking if we can figure something out, if we can learn something. Knowledge is power. Knowing is power. I figured that'd be something you're very familiar with.
Indeed.
And like I said, if there's a sign of trouble, if we think we can't handle whatever's going on, we can be out of here. We have the means of escape. I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't put you guys at risk if I didn't think you guys would be okay.
Look, I'm fine doing it. I trust your judgment. I will be leaving if it gets out of hand.
All right. So that was. I think we have one more movement today. Or
I
no, we
believe
don't.
that is
we
correct.
Yeah, so one
Oh.
more movement along the river.
don't. Along the river, yeah. One, our dreaded swampland, and then next day,
So that's the
One.
35th.
2, 3,
36.
2 days.
1, 2. Whoop,
Nope. Hold up.
we're here. Yeah.
Yeah. As you're traveling along on the west coast of this, like the left side, over various points along this river, you see as there's just continually that turgid, like tearing up of this mud and dirt and grime along the river of just absolutely being devastated. And eventually, on this day, as you're traveling, probably slightly before now, if you like move back one tile, boop,
But that perfect.
you end up coming across what's causing this problem, as you see a series of 3 of those rather large golems attempting to head almost due south, but still traveling along the water and moving just a touch east. Those larger skeletal beasts. Not the roly poly boys, just the very big.
When we describe these to the family, I propose that we refer to those as siege breakers.
Familiar with them or just gut instinct?
I would wager that they serve a similar purpose to siege towers among skeletons' ranks. Skeletons are, as we've observed, a type of undead centered around orderly formations and the like. What purpose would such a frankly oversized unit have in formation other than to facilitate scaling ramparts and sieging?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to consult my knowledge here. You said it's trying to head east directly from here?
No. Almost entirely south and a touch east. It is
Almost entirely.
stuck.
Okay.
The collection of them are pulling chains behind them and are completely stuck treading the mud.
Okay.
How far apart are they from each other?
Not very.
They're conglomerations, right? They're not just one big skeleton. They're
No, no, they
masses
are 4 individual large skeletons. Hold on a moment.
Okay.
4 of those.
Yeah, we are not dealing with the Skedamari.
Yeah. Okay. All right. They definitely seem to be heading more south. I don't think that necropolis. Well, it was relatively empty when we got there, anyway.
Indeed.
Okay. So now we know it's more south. And we know that these things are trying to cross or trying to get somewhere.
I'm curious about the chains I have with them,
Me too.
but not curious enough to investigate in person.
I'm gonna
I think-
take the dagger again, just stab it down at my hand.
You
Oh.
are good. Luckily.
It's a dangerous test, you know.
Especially since
Oh.
Rhett's been doing whatever he's doing.
Well, if anyone
I'm
should
not
take the
playing
risk,
them.
if anyone should take the risk for this, it should be me.
We're not investigating the siege breakers in person.
I have. Hold on, I have one. I have another idea. I'm gonna take a piece of silver out of my pocket,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna grip it in my hand and hold it out. Hey, rat!
He
Can you
turns his
try to
head.
take this silver from me? I don't want you to, but try to take the silver from me.
He kind of squints his eyes.
If so, want me to come take silver?
I want you to try.
He kind of like
He's trying to test the limits of what's going on right now.
I'm trying to see if
He's gonna shrug. He's gonna walk over and he's going to try and pull the boot off of his foot.
You find that you are unable to do so.
He nods his head a couple of times and walks away, ignoring the silver. He kind of turns his head back,
hmm
puts his hand up, puts his hand down, realizes he can't express what he wants to in common, and just goes back to his corner.
I can check it out. I can swim. I don't think we'll be able to take whatever's over there. I think that would count towards whatever's going on. But we would know. How far is the shoreline from the boat?
Not an issue.
Okay.
How far away do they look?
They're only maybe like 15 feet from the shoreline. That's part of what's making it so difficult for them to progress.
5 minutes.
I'll do my best. I'm gonna take off my
God.
pack and stuff.
Yep.
I'll be back.
Okay,
All right.
here, before you do so,
Mm-hmm.
it won't help much, but here is going to give you a Fey gift of hospitality in case you want to stealth or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
6 THP.
Thank you. All right. And I'm going to dive over the cliff. Oh, I am missing 6 HP for some reason. Hold on. That's fine. That's probably for a reason. All right. All right. And I'm going to dive into the river and cross to the shoreline.
You make your way over swiftly and easily, and with the benefit of being able to actually look at it, given that it's not really moving too much, you're able to see that they've caught on a, like, they are essentially almost a little bit like fish caught in a net, where
Mhm.
they're not really so much as dragging something as much as they are dragging something along. That does not do it very well.
They are actively. It's like when
They're
you get a
not
piece of
carrying
toilet
it.
paper stuck to your foot.
Yeah, they're not carrying it, and they can't really tell that they're doing it, and they're just sort of churning. They give you absolutely no heed as you get close. They just continue walking in their direction, tearing up mud as they go, being at an absolutely unreasonably slow pace.
Hmm. So the chains aren't sorry, like someone walked in. The chains aren't connected to anything.
They're connected to a barrel that is
Barrel.
behind them, that is almost entirely covered in mud from them shredding and churning.
Okay.
It's not so
I'd
much
like-
that it's not even like it's actually intentionally a part of it. It's more
Mhm.
like it's also just caught in the same mess of a lot of these chains that are bound up in this.
Okay.
Again, very much like fish wire and fish getting clumped together.
How old are the chains rusted?
No.
So okay.
There's a very, very, very minor amount of rust.
Okay.
I would not describe them as rusted even if they have a bit of rust.
Okay. So these can't be that old of chain. All right, first things first, I'm going to go to the barrel. I'm going to try to open the barrel.
Oh goodness.
It opens rather easily, in fact.
Okay. What's in the barrel?
Roll me 2 loot checks.
I'd love to. Okay. Loot check. Oh. What am I rolling on?
The regular loot table. Not the trade good, just the regular loot check.
It won't let me.
Right.
Did
click,
you
roll.
right click and then click roll?
Nope, I'm just stupid. All right.
Wow.
And then there we go.
Wow.
Okay.
Would Tefford like to be the only one doing this, since he's the one who's being
Everyone's looking
brave?
for him.
Yeah.
Let's do the 3 trade goods and then finish out with the magic.
Was it 3 trade? Oh yeah, huh. All right. Trade goods loot. Roll. Roll. Roll.
There's some good value in there.
Mhm.
A small assortment of generic jewelries, perhaps. Some sort of... probably more along the lines of art or artifacts stuck in the barrel.
Mhm.
Rather well preserved, given that they're stone and metal. Not having to worry about the slight corrosion that might occur from being soaked and damp. Nothing a small amount of restoration wouldn't help.
Well, ideally, the inside of the barrel is probably dry.
Yeah.
Magical item.
And
And
then
then-
magical item. Just any. Hold on. Magic item loot.
Yep.
All right. I have not done this one just yet. All right.
That is okay.
3.
Roll
Alright.
on the consumable table.
Fantastic. I love consumables. I love not using consumables.
Well,
I love them sitting in my inventory. 1d6 item 4.
15.
inside, in addition to each of these pieces of what you don't know this yet, but later analysis will reveal that they're like some form of religious or ceremonial, that's the word, ceremonial
Mm-hmm.
elements, is a rather peculiar set of essentially glass where it is exceptionally darkly shaded, and that's through a little bit of light so that you can still like see behind it, but the light is completely dark through that glass. It's currently in 3 different fragments, and it leaves it with this a little bit of an aurora almost as it shifts the light that shines through. It's clearly been enclosed in this dark location for a very, very long time.
Huh. Okay. Capping the barrel. And I'm gonna look around. This web of chains. Any of them loose?
It would be rather easy to it's clear that they have not tried to
Shake
detach
them.
it.
Okay.
If you were to get in front of them and pull it slightly out from in front of them, it's very likely that they would just walk over it.
Okay. I'm hoping there's like a smaller length of chain in this lengths of chains that is just like
Roll me
a
flat
loose
D20.
wire. All right.
That D20, are you lucky?
Well, I have
Let's
one more
hope.
lucky.
You've
so.
got 2 luckies, so
No, I have one.
well, you've got
Oh,
2
unless
ways
you-
to be lucky.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Perfect.
You managed to finagle your way into, despite perhaps Hiroe's chagrin as he's watching, as you step probably only about like 6 feet in front of them, and then much closer than that, as you pull some of those chains forward, and they begin to walk past in front of you.
All right. And I have just. I'd like to take that bit of chain. I'd like to walk over to the. I'd like to try to. First of all, I'd like to try to dislodge the barrel.
Yeah,
I don't want to take.
easily. Without the tension,
Okay.
it is completely separated now.
How much
And you
of this
can-
length of chain do I have?
It's all kind of interweaved together.
Mm-hmm.
It would take a lot to probably disconnect it. The part that's loose before it comes to knot is probably about 13 feet.
Okay. I'd like to.
Retrieving the barrel would be trivial.
Oh, okay, cool. Then
You
I'd like to have the
you
length of
retrieve
chain
the
in
barrel.
the barrel. Yeah.
Retrieving the chain is a little complicated because it's a big mess, but
Uh huh.
the barrel is easy. The chain, there is nothing of worth about the chain.
Not to a normal person. I want to know where it came from.
There are. Go ahead and roll a history, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Really hoping this isn't a 20.
Would you like guidance?
You can't guide me from there.
No.
Aw, damn.
Oh, dang it.
Aw, dang it.
Oh, dang it.
There's no way I'm getting a guidance right now.
Mm. Wait until you get back now, it's fine.
Let's go gambling. There's
Aw, dang
nothing. There's
it's a good
nothing
thing
interesting.
It's a good thing I'm feeling lucky.
Ah! There's nothing
better.
interesting about these
the
chains.
chain. Imagine though.
There's nothing noteworthy about these chains. There's
Okay.
the only thing that even begins to give a remote instance of their potential significance is their shape. And just in case you eventually find something about it, there are a few loose parts that you're able to easily disconnect, and you have a small selection of 3 chains linked together. If there ever is a way to identify something about it, at least you'll have a relic to be able to do so.
Cool. That's all I wanted actually. So I'm gonna take that and the barrel, and I'm heading back to. I'm gonna take a look up at the skeleton. Just one last look. Can't tell what they are, right?
Yep.
What they used to be.
No. They're
Okay.
still just, they seem like big skeletons. Any semblance of what kind of life form they were has fallen away.
No evidence of like a tail or like a hunchback or.
What you are able to do, given your tracking, give me a... Actually, no, this is just your exploration roll.
Okay.
You have a pretty good sense of space, and given where this one's going and where the other ones are going, you've got a general direction of a potential future investigation, or perhaps a big area to avoid. Hiroe, as Tefred begins to get back, it's been about 9 minutes.
Got it.
All right. All right.
And I kind of know where they're going, so we can leave.
Okay. Let's get back to the city.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Was this worth it?
Well, I'm gonna. Friend, can you help me with the barrel? It's heavy. Uh oh.
Uh-oh. Friend?
Friend?
Yes.
Can you help me with the barrel? It's really heavy.
He comes over and makes quick work of dragging it over.
Whew. Well, I'm gonna pat the side of it. I think so. I'm gonna pop the lid open, and there's some stuff in here. I'd actually kind of like to figure out where this stuff is from, but we should also probably sell it.
I mean, hey, I can help with that part.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and also I'm gonna fish down and grab the 3 beads.
They are
These were a
3
little
shards
different.
of glass.
Oh, 3 shards of glass. I'm gonna put a glove on and then
Yeah.
do that. I'm gonna pull them out and say these either something broke, which is likely, or there's something different about these. I can't find anything else that would like a frame, like for a mirror or anything.
They surprisingly, or unsurprisingly perhaps, have a bit of edge and a bit of moon.
Moon Edge is my new D&D ult. Thank you guys for helping me on that. No, that was genuine. Couldn't have gotten here without them.
Mhm.
Legitimately genuine.
Well, and we didn't die or anything. It's a very successful trip.
I felt, well, not safe, but I felt like that was, like I said, the best chance we've got at finding out something else. And I could point to a location on a map, a rough area, a guesstimate, and figure out where they're going. They seem very solid in purpose.
Efford,
Yes.
may I view the map?
Yeah, absolutely. Could I point out to friend on the map
Yep.
about where it would be? All right. Should I send him the photo or no?
Yep.
Okay.
You can post it in group if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I'll show it. I'll show it to everybody. Put a boop and player chat. There we go.
I gotta enhance. Okay, that doesn't
It's-
work.
It's a little east of well, it's southeast of depleted. It's on the other map.
No, not southeast of depleted.
Oh,
So
shit.
essentially,
Sorry,
directly east of the other
It's
necropolis.
east of the Northern Necropolis and south of where we are.
Hmm.
Sorry, the 2 little things caught me off guard there, but yeah.
No need to worry.
I assume you just wrote Necropolis on both of them, and it's like, oopsie.
Yep. Necropolis, water nearby.
You see him looking over the map, but
Mhm.
he seems distracted by something else.
You could always refer to the other one as the Poyo necropolis.
We could, yeah. Wait. Everything okay, friend?
Yes. And he points to the map, and the location is where you found him. We're very close.
Oh my god, you're right. Hold on. So I know I've asked for a lot of detours.
We
Well,
don't
you're
have
the
the supplies to
navigator.
make it that far south.
It is very much the closest thing to you right now,
Mm-hmm.
and is only a very slight distance to Aurora from there.
From the red rectangle?
No, that's not what
No,
Oh.
he's not pointing to the rectangle.
he said. It to where he was found,
Yeah.
where Tefred found him.
Oh, okay. I thought friend was saying that the red rectangle was where he was found.
No, I'd be dead.
Yeah, he'd be dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is this tile for map
Okay.
purposes.
Can you? Yeah, that's
Okay.
not. Yeah. We could easily swing by that way on our way back. We can dismount now and we can try to get northeast from here. Or we can just go
Okay.
back up the river and go through the plains area.
Going through the
Or
plains
the
is
fort, the
way
woods,
better.
the woods. Sorry, the woods.
I would
Going
like
through
to
the
visit
woods is like-
soon. If
We-
not now, then
I think we could do it now. It's on the way. We don't even have to go out of our way. In fact, it's probably going to be faster than if we do anything else.
All right.
All right.
You move the remaining tile of movement for this day, and now which day is it?
Yes.
36, I believe.
36, I think, yeah.
Okay, go for it.
1, 2, 3, 37.
1 point to dismount.
1, 2, or 1, and then we can get here.
Yep. 2, 3. That's the 38th.
Mm-hmm. 1. Can I get the ping on the map again one more time? Thank you.
Yeah, this 1, 2,
2. Oh, fuck.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
1,
2
2.
days.
Yeah,
So this
that was
is
2 days.
40th.
Is that 40th? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
As you
Hey.
all go to do your test this morning, it fades a little bit, and the dagger gets much closer to touching your hand.
Huh. Guys, I think it was something kind of like the magic thing.
All right, then.
No one could harm anyone for a week. Oh man, we're gonna ask the city about what happened there. That'll be interesting. That is going to be a fascinating conversation if it happened there.
Do you think
Mhm.
crime went completely away, or do you think people just got a bit more creative about it?
I have no idea. I had to.
I'd
There are
love to
plenty
know.
of avenues of nonviolent crime.
Yeah, but I mean,
But Rat couldn't even take my boot.
right, for the common folk, it's a bit more complicated than it is for.
Burglary likely went about as expected. No muggings or robbery or anything of the sort, but so it's now the 41st?
It's the 40th right now.
Okay.
It is the morning of the 40th. Move it.
All right. We can get to here. Can we get across today? The river?
You can get halfway.
So onto the next tile, or no, not onto the next tile.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
halfway to
onto the
tile.
water.
Yeah. All right.
And then it's the 41st, Bastion turn. Ara, if you want to roll a thing, I will be giving my
Is
last
it
Fey
really
gift.
wise for us to end our bastion turn on the boat when we have
Well,
to
no,
make
no. You have crossed the river. You're not on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you are crossing the river. You have.
You can have my
used-
last
yeah,
Fey gift.
You are. Yeah. You have moved halfway into the other tile. Is what you've done. All right.
Mhm.
Yeah, I understand
All right.
that's unclear. But just reasonably, you have a tile of movement, right? It's reasonable enough that you can just be on the other side of it.
All right, Chad, if you could subtract the rations, Albatross the exploration roll. Golden, if you could roll the threat.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
That's
I
fun.
didn't want to hear that. I didn't want to hear that.
We also got a high exploration roll, the maximum.
Okay. Ara, did you roll your shipwright tools?
No, I did not. I wanted to clarify with the dungeon
Oh.
master. So, my boat of folding still does not say anything about it iteratively becoming
Okay,
more
I
and more
changed it
difficult.
on mine. I don't know if it didn't update.
It will not update if it is on somebody's sheet.
I see.
So it's a unique item each time. So let me see. Boat of folding here. On a success the DC increases by 1. On a failure. Okay, so I just have to do 1d20 plus proficiency. There's no ability score associated with this.
Currently, yeah. It is a tools
And
check.
And you
I
do have
guide
advantage
myself with
because of
this?
Hmm?
Okay.
Because what?
Fey gift.
Ah,
I heard, is that a yes or a no?
oh, that was I see. I was like, why? And it's like, there you go.
Ah, okay.
And it's
Never
good.
mind.
Nice.
So
Thank
do you have it
Hiraway.
written down that it's like supposed to be at 10 now then? Or what? Because I don't
I've
see
been
where
updating
it
it
is.
on my sheet. Is it not on my sheet anymore? Did you put it on the mule? Miriam, Isabel.
I didn't. Oh, there it is though.
Haha.
Edit.
Right now it needs to beat a 10.
There you go. Job's done.
Nice. And we're okay.
You are good to go. Let's
Alright.
see.
And
Yep. Next steps. The rolls have been made for the encounters. So, on to the next is assignment.
yeah, so fashion actions. Ara.
I'm gonna keep studying until I get the thing. I'm 100 points away. Well, more
Well
than
done.
100, but almost.
Golden.
Sorry, what was that?
Bastion action.
Am I able to guard?
Yes.
Then
I mean,
will
of course you're able to guard. Why wouldn't you be able to guard? I mean, that's a silly question.
Okay.
If I want to guarantee I have to study, let's go gambling! I'm gonna gather with my herbalism proficiency.
Albatross.
I am also going to be gathering. Want to make sure we don't run. I'm going to try our best to make sure we don't run out of food.
I am floating my disc.
Floating disc.
Oh, nice. And I have learned my +1 to int with 3 points to spare.
All right. I saw the 2 1s and I was about to cry, but with 1 point to spare, I've gained my spell slot level.
Let's
2.
go.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, was I the only one that studied? That's not. Well, I guess I'm glad that I did then.
That's
It's
fine.
actually a 14.
One
Because I
six
have a
one
-1.
16161.
Oh.
All right.
11166.
I now have an int of 19. Yippee.
Is that a yippee?
Huh?
Is that a yippee?
Yes. Because that means that of late I can pick up a feat.
Mhm.
Are there any good int half feats?
18. That's what.
I was
5
originally going to take Keen Mind just for the narrative use of it, but that's been kind of gutted. What's the con check for Almtroth?
That was supposed to be an int or a wisdom check. They are all the same number.
Okay. The illusion
Yippee.
of free will.
This is good.
Yeah. So that's what, 5 extra rations?
And Chad, did you roll your herbalism check?
I did not. Let me fail my herbalism check.
That'll be really nice once you get tool expertise next level.
21.
21.
21?
God damn.
It's fine.
Hey, it's useful.
It's a couple.
And so Teprid should be good to adventure, yes?
Yes.
What was the exploration roll?
13.
Max.
13.
Maximum.
This is very good.
Mhm.
Move it, move it. You have 4
How much
tiles of
food do we get?
movement.
All right. 1,
How
2.
much?
How much
How much
food
food do we
does he get?
Jeffrey rolled an 18 on theirs, and I rolled a 21 on mine.
Oh, since you both gathered, you
Oh,
both
we
get a
get-
+1, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a 19 and 22.
So that's
Whatever it says on the
6.
rules page.
That's 6 and 9, so 15.
5
Hey.
short of making a difference.
Well, that's what next week's for.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. 135 rations.
I would like to start moving back into the other map.
Let me copy you from there. That is your 2 points of movement. As the day gets later on into...
What is the weather like?
Yeah, that's what I'm describing.
I apologize.
I understand. That is A-okay, my friend. First of all, it is a rather warm week. It is on the verge of being hot enough to start causing ration problems. But luckily for you, it is just barely cool enough. What is less lucky for you is the ominous sense of foreboding, as after the actions involving the previous 2 weeks of a rather peaceful tranquility, now there is perhaps a somewhat different accompanying silence, as the woods are very quiet as you travel through them. You travel along these woods, and at the end of this first day, as you are crossing up on the river here, heading towards where Bitter Trunk of Mithril is, you see as there's this lizard creature that is somewhat rolling around on the ground. It does not seem like it is enjoying the situation. It seems like it is in pain.
Oh.
I'm gonna go over and try to help it.
Kefir, do you know what kind of creature that is?
Nope. Do I?
No,
Rat
you do
is
not.
prone on
Nope.
the ground, pointing his rifle at it while they go to do whatever. He is just
It
holding still.
it begins to
Poor creature.
scream a bit, and Tefrid immediately realizes what kind of creature it is, as that is the scream of a basilisk.
Run!
It screams into the air and it like twists and turns. There's no, at least as you're far enough away for it not to be able to cause any problems, you don't see anything physically being wrong with it.
All right, so it's wounded, it's in pain, and it's dangerous. We leave.
Was
Rat
it
has
turn
his-
around?
Rat is currently aiming down sights, and he looks up at Tefred and then looks down at, well, quote unquote, sights.
I have a potential solution to buy us a little bit of time, at least.
Why do we need to buy some time?
Why do we need to buy time? We can just. It's wounded on the floor. This is an
Again,
opera. We need to.
Again, it does not look like it is physically wounded. It is just twisting and
in pain.
yeah, writhing.
I know what
That's the
cancer
word.
is.
Writhing.
Is it worth anything?
I was thinking the same thing. It looks
Well,
exotic, right?
okay. So, how much do I know? Am I fully familiar with what a basilisk is?
You experienced
So,
it the second hand.
You're
Yeah.
right. I did.
That part's definitely true. Go ahead
Yeah.
and give me a history roll for family heritage knowledge that I can DM you.
All right.
This could be revealed otherwise, but if this is good,
Ugh.
well,
Oof.
Out of luck too.
keep in mind you have 2 extra lucks because the other one was fake.
Oh,
Yeah,
they weren't?
remember
Okay, cool.
remember it wasn't real.
Then I
Yeah,
am
'cause-
feeling lucky. Yeah.
Are you feeling lucky?
No, but it's been a rough night.
It's
That's
been
better.
a rough
That's
night.
definitely a 14. What?
It's been a rough
That's
night.
such a scam.
Wah, wah.
Wah, wah. It's okay.
You know, yeah, you get a little bit of basic info in that you know that the scream of a basilisk works by essentially shaking material that is directly in front of it when it screams, and over the course of about 15 seconds or so, it starts to turn to stone.
All right. So that creature over there turns things, living matter, living organisms, to stone,
Okay.
and also non-living ones, friend. So, or no, you're alive. No, you're alive. It would work on you. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. You would know that it also works on like plants, and it is
Yeah.
clear that that part is evident as some of the trees nearby it are beginning to sag quite a lot to one side as various stray bits of leaves are beginning to become stone and weigh down the tree.
Now, I hear you. I do.
Mm-hmm.
That's not really what Rat asked. Is it worth anything?
Maybe to somebody. It's worth it to kill if someone puts a bounty on it. We didn't do. My family didn't hunt things because the parts were valuable.
So
We
you're
hunted
saying we
things
should-
because they hurt towns. Like, if we could take it out, it'd probably be beneficial to anything nearby. But also, like, I've put you guys in enough danger this trip,
Oh, I
and
think
this is
so.
more. This is actually more dangerous than anything we encountered on the way
Here's
back,
the thing.
except the Quaddle.
It already knows that we're here. It's
Yeah.
likely going to give chase. If it can do that, steel yourselves.
Okay.
A shot
I'm
rings
looking-
out as they're discussing it, arguing back and forth with each other.
Understood.
I feel like
Go ahead and
No,
give
go
me
ahead.
one with disadvantage as it is prone and writhing.
Which one is disadvantage? Which hold
Uh,
on?
control?
Alt, I believe.
Control?
I think it's control, but I could be wrong.
We'll see.
Oh, I was right.
14.
That is a miss.
Can I
Does
try
the-
something?
Does the basilisk react?
Not really.
I would
Okay.
like to. Oh my god, 50 feet away, huh? That's real far. Dang. I'll move a little closer.
Another stray scream like roars out, and these trees over here immediately begin to fall over to the side a bit and almost uproot as the
I re-
trees begin to very quickly have parts of it solidify over the course of about 12
Okay.
seconds.
Yeah. That could be
That's
us. Just so we're clear, that could be us.
Right, but what if I would like to cast Sacred Flame on the
How are you more
creature.
okay with this?
Let's
I
stop it
imagine-
from screaming first.
I like
Then
to
we can actually
imagine-
discuss.
I like to imagine that Kaio begins to actually like move his hands a bit, and Tefred literally just grabs his hand and is like, What are you doing? How are
How
you
is-
okay with this?
What do you mean? It's something. It could be valuable. It clearly
Kyle,
is
you are not
dangerous.
turning to stone.
No, that's why I'm all the way over here.
Alright. Hiroe, as a result of your spell cast having literally no effect, your spell slot is refunded. The magic the
what?
magic cannot take effect. It is not there's not enough like the magic just does not form. Not in a like counter spelly type form, but in a it has too much hit points and the spell has
Oh.
nothing to latch onto.
Well, the spell slot would still be expended. I just low rolled.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's not.
He's being
Oh,
nice.
well,
Let him be
why?
Very
nice.
nice. He's
That's
being
not-
very
why?
nice
No,
tonight.
that's not me being not okay. The idea is that the magic is you actually willing it, and as you go and attempt to will it, if the spell ever does like, I suppose that's fair actually.
Yeah, I
It's a
don't want
backwards.
pity.
It's a backwards.
Yeah.
It's a backwards view on it.
I would say I would understand if it's immune to being charmed. What you would say
Yeah.
by it can't latch on, but like
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, I
a
just
roll.
low rolled.
Yeah, if
That's
it's
like if command failed, you wouldn't
Yeah.
give them back the
Well,
spell slot just because
right.
command failed.
Yep,
if we ruled it like this, then
that would
you
be a
could just
bad
cast it
precedent.
until it works.
mhm.
Yeah.
Eventually it works. But either way, it continues writhing on the ground. Tefred, give me another history.
Mhm. Just gonna ba-da-boop, ba-da-boop. That's better.
You know that basilisks are very sensitive to hearing, given that
Mhm.
that's like also how they communicate over long distances, in addition to their scream being sonic and sound based.
Okay, so these things communicate via sound. There could be more on the way.
Mm-hmm.
How's Missy?
Kind of cowering behind you in front.
Okay, was
So we silence it.
She is.
was she doing that before
Yes.
before the
Before-
basilisk?
Yes, before the basilisk.
How are the mules?
The mules seem like slightly perturbed, but that's because of the basilisk and just generally keeping their distance. They're still
I'm
kind
giving
of
you-
passively grazing.
Could Tefra could Tefra have figured out what I think I just figured out?
Well, that depends on what you figured out. I mean, you can go
I think
for
there's
it.
I think there is a constant high pitched noise being emitted right now.
That's
Hmm.
probably a good deduction.
Okay, good.
So I'm gonna say that, guys. I think there might be. I think there's some kind of sound that's being emitted, a high pitched sound that we can't hear. It's bothering Missy and it's torturing that.
Do you not see
Okay.
this as an opportunity rather than a threat?
No.
It's petrifying those trees, Kyle.
And we're over here and we're not getting petrified. I don't really
Yet.
understand.
Yes,
We don't know the
yeah.
range on scream. I'm giving it one more cast and we are getting out of here.
We
Ugh.
need to leave. Like this is again very very dangerous.
I just roll my eyes and I start walking away from whatever the hell this creature is.
That is a very good roll. And that is very slightly over.
Oh, thank God.
Lovely.
Okay.
Now we have time to think.
Okay. How long do we have?
About 1 minute.
Okay. Cool.
Can we
okay.
kill it in that time?
Can we? If we hit it, does it wake up?
It will wake up, but if we coordinate an assault, we can bombard it with likely enough power to level a small building.
Okay. I'm okay with doing that.
Your commitment to caution is really quite startling.
It's hard won.
Mm.
But again, this is begging the question: why is there a? I'll figure it out later. That's a different problem. Okay.
Indeed. Everyone get in
Different
position. We are going to put this thing out of its misery.
Yeah.
Rat walks up to it and literally, like, right in front of its fucking eye, he has the barrel.
You see as it's like it's still twitching around a bit. It's rolling even as it's asleep. It's rolling around.
So you still have disadvantage.
No. If
No.
he's
Oh, okay.
adjacent to it, even if it's a ranged attack, he's adjacent to the target.
And it's unconscious,
Okay.
so it will still have
Yeah.
advantage.
In addition to
'cause
being
the,
prone.
The adjacency for ranged
Yeah.
attacks is only if they are
A
not
threat.
incapacitated, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Right. And
Okay.
So-
and the other part that gave him disadvantage was just that it was prone.
Okay.
Which also gives advantage on adjacent targets, I believe, regardless of if it's a ranged attack or not.
Yeah.
I'm going to. So, I know this isn't going to help, but I'm going to make myself feel a little safer. I'm going to plug my ears a bit, and then
Yep.
I'm going to walk up with the. I'm going to walk up with him, with with the
Every
blade at the ready. I have
every
taken
few
the
steps
ready
you
action.
take, every few steps you take once you're like in this area is filled with another instance of instant adrenaline where you're really having to decide of if you're going forward or back, because each time it twitches you're afraid that it could be that could be the time that it wakes up.
Yeah.
You know, I
Forward
talked
or
about
back?
action.
Forward.
I
or
don't really
back.
have anything I can do to help you with this.
At one
I can
point,
Attack
try,
roll,
Rat,
anything that's an attack roll can crit.
would you
Yeah,
mind giving
yeah.
me a concentration real quick?
I think.
Concentration?
I
Yes,
think the-
Rat.
Mm.
And this is an abstraction. This is an abstraction of a mechanic.
That's a con saving throw.
Right.
What's the highest damage we have on a single attack right
At
now?
one point,
I
its
don't know.
eyes even open as its entire head twitches and its eye opens, and you just barely hold back the instinct to completely shoot it, as even with its eye open it's clear that it's still asleep as it's continuing
only-
to twitch its muscles.
We only get one crit, right?
Well,
Uh,
if we
not
all
even guaranteed
timer
crit.
crits it once, every
It's
hit
advanced.
is a crit.
No, it's not a crit. It's not paralyzed.
No, unconscious conditions, every attack that hits is a critical hit.
Doesn't it
Any
wake up after one hit?
unconscious, any attack that hits a
So-
creature is a critical hit if the attacker is within 5 feet of the creature.
So
But it will
here's-
be
here's
no
the
longer
ruling
unconscious
on that,
after
Tefred. Creatures, since it is unconscious, you all share the same initiative block, and characters that are in the same initiative block can act at the same time. Is
Thank
the
you.
way that
Okay.
combat has worked, right?
Okay.
Even if Tefred has a higher initiative than Hiroe, if you two are adjacent or in the same block, like a friend is between you, Hiroe could still take his action before Tefred, even if Tefred has higher initiative, right? You guys can
Okay.
take actions
can
at the
work that
same
out.
time since you are in the same block.
Okay.
I could do. I've blessed.
Do our
Um,
extra attacks count in the first bit, or does everyone's first attack the simultaneous one?
Everybody's
The
first
only-
attack is the simultaneous one. If it is
Okay.
alive after a first attack, then a second
with
attack
extra
is
life,
it is awake
Okay.
and attempting to probably squirm somewhere.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on.
don't.
hold on.
For-
Yeah.
Let me just really quickly make sure that there's nothing I can do that can just like kind of guarantee this a little bit better. This is just a me thinking. Rat would probably already know.
Yeah, Rat thought about it
Um,
the entire time that everyone else was debating.
Uh. Rat is going to use one of his second level spell slots to toss, while they're walking over, to toss Friend a little vial, and he will tell him to crush it.
Crush, make big, more hurt.
Which is essentially him casting Enlarge Reduce,
Oh.
enlarging
Oh.
Friend to make sure he gets another d4, which will then double to 2d4 on the crit.
Can I switch my bless from rat to friend?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Kaio was focused enough on killing it that he had enough time to decide properly.
Okay.
All right, everyone ready?
Mm-hmm. This is a flat roll, right?
This is an attack.
Advantage.
Yeah.
An attack. So any attack roll when we're within 5 feet is going to be advantaged,
Mhm.
and if it hits, a critical hit.
Fantastic.
What's the key for advantage? Is it control or is it shift?
Alt.
That's it, obviously.
did not work.
Is it?
Hit.
Oh, yeah, 24 for sure.
Oh shit.
24, 24, 29. Wait, no,
Oh,
that's
that should be
damage.
26. I don't know why it added a second +3.
Let's see.
I'm gonna wait for everyone's to go through before
That is a
I-
big guiding bolt.
Mm-hmm.
That's a third level guiding bolt.
Mine is a 17 to hit.
Well, you guys already know that it has 57 health or less, so this is just a matter of if this reaches the over 2 times its health pool to figure out if you can even get any loot from it or if you actually butcher it.
Did we get a does a 17 hit? Sorry.
Bren would
17
hold
hits.
back if it was going to just turn into
No,
a pile of
you
paste.
you don't know you
This
don't
is-
know that
this is
'cause
all
this is
one
all
attack at
happening
once.
one attack
Mhm.
at one
Yeah.
single instance.
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
Yeah,
if I'd
so
known
just
that was
me
a risk,
and-
I wouldn't have used the 3rd level slot.
Out of curiosity, did a 17 hit?
Yes, a
Yeah,
17
something.
hit.
Thank you.
So
Would
we're
we at
have
have known of the
48,
possibility
which
of
leaves it
overkill
at
making the body
4
useless?
HP.
Ahead of time.
26 leaves it at negative 22 HP.
Hmm.
The Kopesh, yes, it is butchered.
Okay. That was a waste of time. Thank you,
You
all
guys
so much.
completely splatter it to the ground, and it is like the pelt is completely ruined. Like maybe you think that you could salvage some of its teeth, but friend clobbered that in. Maybe its like tail is good, but that's like sliced a bit. You check to see if any of like the bones are good, but those are shot clean through by rat. It is just a complete mess.
Hereaway,
Frankly-
are you satisfied with the results of your caution?
Would you
Yeah.
rather that we risk getting turned to stone and
I
being
didn't feel like
completely
there was much
unrecoverable
risk.
ourselves?
I thought it would have been fine. But
Is
no,
the body
Kyle,
Jesus
you are
so-
Christ.
frankly an idiot.
Is the body so completely fucked that Rat can find his bullet and pick it back up?
Probably. And the worst part while you're doing that is some of the muscles are still twitching and still moving around.
Rat's probably used to that. That's a pretty normal thing, and he's eaten a lot of new.
I mean, not just tiny twitch. I mean, like actual significant movement.
wait,
like
wait.
it
Yeah,
was.
that is a very common thing.
Hold on.
Postmortem large.
Question:
triggers.
was that damage total, including the fact that my Gelid blade actually did 3 more damage than it was supposed to?
No.
It applied
no,
the plus
No,
3
it was
twice.
not. I did the 6, not the 29 or whatever.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah. Even
Without you, we hit me and Kaio alone hit for
Mm-hmm. 70
82.
something. 80?
right, which leaves it with just 20 after that. Which
Mhm.
Fred-
and that's Rat right there.
that
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at the
Mm-hmm.
That only did 13.
Red only did 13,
look at the previous
which
attack.
then leaves up.
Oh, 13.
Oh,
never
No,
mind.
that's his attack roll.
That was attack roll. I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, it was closer than I thought.
Rat rolled kind of
never mind, there's
damage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Good caution, but
Honestly, I forgot that Tefrid had sneak attack.
ah, very true.
That was my where my caution was coming from.
There's a reason I was assuming like the one hit. I'm pretty sure it was either the guiding bolt if we were doing that, or the Tefra, or one of my hits was the strongest single hit we had.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's all I
mean-
do. I get one hit.
It was a very satisfying guiding bolt, I will tell you. I would like to think, while Kaio and Hiroe are kind of bickering over what the correct solution would have been, Kaio is making his way over to the river here and just pulling up some water and kind of getting the muck, the blood, the guts, the viscera off of his clothing. I really feel like that was much more caution than we needed. I think that we could have handled ourselves just fine. Now
Kaio.
look at this.
Kaio.
Then enjoy existence as a statue. The next time we encounter one of those.
God,
I don't think
they,
we'll have an experience like this again.
Kaio, they're territorial. There's more than one, probably. We need to leave. There's not an easy way to stop someone from being a statue made of stone. And that's assuming we could find someone powerful enough to do it. And also get your statue back to someone who could.
Even if the act of turning someone back from a statue is on par with what I was able to achieve at my peak, and is notably not the type of spell that I could cast, even at my peak.
I really just think, you've got a crippled creature there just waiting to be plucked, and here you are acting as if it's going to kill you with a glance. I don't know.
I feel as though we're not seeing the same landscape.
One of the trees completely falls over as some of the stone leaves finish completely petrifying and just uprooting the tree as it falls over.
Paya has never encountered a basilisk, as far as I'm aware, so he
Mhm.
genuinely.
Yeah. I think the only two people who have encountered it are probably Friend and Tefred,
Friend
and
Tefred, yeah.
the others at least, know about it.
hmm It's assuming you live near the city. Considering they're there, it's probably something. It's like, hey, welcome to the city. There's basilisks in the woods. Here's what they do. This is why you don't get near them.
Also, probably a bit of because society is fucked like that. There's probably a
Uh-huh.
few kids' tales about making sure the kids don't wander off because otherwise they'll get frozen by a basilisk.
Absolutely, Tefred probably heard them as a kid. That's
Yeah.
probably some his things his parents told him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Tefred,
Right.
every single week he misbehaved. He eventually started misbehaving intentionally so that he could hear about different kinds of ways he could die to monsters because he just
That
really
is-
liked hearing all
That
of
is
these
absolutely
adventures.
true.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rat is going to think about what they were saying and grab one of his really thin pieces of metal and start thinning it out. Basically, over the course of our travel in the next couple of days, he's gonna start trying to find. So you know how tonal forks work?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to thin it out until it is at the resonant frequency of what supposedly was making that go crazy.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, Tefred would look over it. Yeah, there's something going on. Can we even hear birds chirping right now?
Nope. There are
That's
no birds
weird.
chirping.
That's weird.
And there was not birds chirping this morning either.
hmm
It is currently very late in the evening.
There's
That's
some
sad.
kind of there's got to be some kind of really high pitched noise like a dog whistle would make. Probably higher though, because it was making that basilisk go crazy. It's making Missy upset. And
Indeed.
I wish I could
I
cast
should have
Shatter.
clocked this morning. I'm sorry. Birds, no bird singing in a forest. No sounds of like wildlife. That's a big red flag. So there's something going on. Don't know what. But we need to be careful.
As we move into the evening of the 31st and the morning of the 42nd, I believe this is a good time to take our midterm break.
I would like to say real quick
Mhm.
Before we do.
Mhm.
But having this encounter with the basilisk gives me an idea.
hmm
If we ever have a future encounter, we could prepare certain magics that would use that same principle to assault them, such as, well, the classic Shatter spell.
That's true.
That would, if they are as reliant on hearing to navigate as it seemed, then
Yeah.
something like that would make them
Does
almost
shatter
blind.
make?
What
Is
about
shatter a spell that makes noise?
Yes, it's a spell that creates a wave of sound so forceful that it can rupture skulls, even.
That's terrifying. We might need to be. I agree. It would probably be very beneficial in helping take one down, but we also might need to be careful. If it lives,
What?
basilisks are typically strategic with how they use their voice, but if they just start using it randomly, that's probably more dangerous.
what about other direction? Can magic quiet make? No sound?
That's a good.
There-
Yeah, can you?
There are similar spells, yes. Silence
Oh.
being the most obvious.
Okay. Does that
Brad just
prevent
kinda looks
you
at
from?
blankly when you say silence.
Am I
What's-
supposed to know what is?
I would imagine the name is self-explanatory.
Well, it makes someone quiet, presumably.
Okay.
Is it like you put an enchantment on somebody like this bless, and then they become silent, like walk silently?
That is a similar spell, but no, silence makes someone completely unable to utter any noise. It's often used as a way to disable spellcasters.
Oh, sounds like it'd be handy. Considering spellcasters can, your head rupture with sound.
Okay, on go.
Yes.
Where visit? Keep talk
Wait,
visit. What name?
It
And
is a good
break.
time to take a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We'll be
Sorry
right
about that.
back. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Howdy.
Glad to be
It
back.
is the morning of the 42nd. It has been a night. You are now ready to continue on your journey.
Mm-hmm.
How was the watch last night? Any issues, friends?
Nope.
All right.
All right.
The party begins to move on.
I
And
think we can technically get there today.
We
No,
can
we
get
can't.
here.
yeah.
We can get Jason.
As
One,
the party
two.
moves on,
Mhm.
Rat continues to work on his tuning device while you travel through the forest, and eventually gets it to a point where it does begin to harmonize.
Resonate. Yeah.
Yeah. In a harmonic resonance. It is followed probably only about an hour after, as there begins to be gentle, almost whispers as the wind is blowing through the trees. It is slightly unsettling, especially with the lack of birdsong.
Mm-hmm. All right. We're
As
gonna
it
get to here now.
ramps up at the end of the day, and as you get ready to make your last bit of camp, since even if you pushed harder, you wouldn't make it there tonight because it's, you know, you'd only get one extra tile of movement, and that's 2 tiles. I'd like everybody to make me a wisdom save.
No.
At the end of the previous night, would I have been able to use Arcane Recovery since that's during a short rest?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't want to.
All good.
Okay, Wisdom save.
I'm gonna
She
pray to
was moments late.
Umberly.
Wisdom
she's
save
abandoned
versus
me.
12. And
Is that everybody?
is that you?
Tefred needs to roll.
Alright. Everybody other than Hiroe, I'd like you to roll a d6.
Nice.
As you take that much psychic damage.
I love.
Haha.
As the night begins to take much more of a hold, you realize that you are not going to get as much sleep as you would hope, as the wind begins to pick up more and more and more, and as it does so, it starts to sound more like voices that begin to whisper cruel thoughts into your minds. It is a night in which you wake up many times, and when morning comes, you find that none of you are very well rested, and it is very good that Hiroe decided to take his short rest the previous night.
Mm-hmm.
It is beginning to be exceptionally unpleasant.
Ugh.
This is not so much a single instance of stuff as much as it is the accumulation of it over the course of your travels of the day and of staying there the night. It is now the morning of the 43rd.
Tefred still has to roll that d6 psychic damage. Oh, Tefred, are we almost there?
I've been muted. All right. What was that, Hero?
Are we almost there, Tefred?
It is just a little bit more south here.
Of note, Bitter Trunk of Mithril is in this tile, but
Yes.
okay.
We wanted to visit where we... Friend, you want to visit where we found you, right? Not Bitter Trunk yet? We can still visit Bitter Trunk. It's up to you.
Yeah, we would visit Bitter Trunk. When I said where I was found, I meant like Bitter Trunk.
Okay, would you rather go to Bitter Trunk than the site?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to Bitter Trunk then.
Yeah, actually, you're approaching from the other side.
Oh, that is a weird sense of... That is a weird thing to see.
Why is that?
I don't know, just coming back here, it's nostalgic almost. Despite the fact that it happened, what was it, 8 months ago? 9, 10?
A little less than that, right?
That would have been about 8.
Oh, wow. Campaign's been going
About.
longer than I thought.
Well, these were also the pre-sessions, so.
Yeah.
As you make your way through and eventually get to this point, what for Kaio is probably almost a moment where he has to use a bit of prestidigitation. The tree that is next to him begins to glisten in the midday sun as the entire tree next to him becomes this hulking mass of steel, metal, and greenery.
Oh boy, we didn't... Oh, at no point did Tefford warn anyone.
Yeah, that's a very funny part. Tefford did not.
Tefford did not say a fuck. To be fair, he said he would never.
Stop at the ready. What is that?
Calm, Kaio, calm.
It looks at
How are
Frun.
you okay with that? It's... He's
Go
a
ahead.
friend. Well, he's not an enemy.
It is not really paying attention to Tefford right now.
That's why
It is beginning to move down partially onto one knee towards Friend and says, I am glad to see you again. I wish the times were better.
I apologize, Bitter Trunk. I did not mean for you to meet them so hastily.
I fear for how you do I fear for how you persist as the sky begins to scream. Please, do you trust them?
He pauses for a moment. Yes.
He begins to make his way inside the den.
As he crosses the water, he looks back at Tefford first, and then he looks at the rest of them and says, "Do not do anything foolish."
Tefford is going to look at Kaio. Do not do anything foolish. And then he's going to look at Rat. Don't touch anything shiny.
Rat kind of tilts his head.
Shiny?
I roll my eyes.
I'm going to actually stop Rat. Like, I'm going to physically get in front of Rat.
He's on Heroish, like he's like perched along Heroway right now.
I'm going to stop him. Rat, I really need you to listen to me. If you're ever going to listen to me right now.
He holds his hand up.
If want serious take, slower talk. Hardly understand halftime, not care what say halftime. If important say, slow say.
My friend, my best friend, tried to get some of the shiny things from this cave. He died because of it. if you even look the wrong way at those things, not only will you die, I will not do anything to stop it.
Any chance that I can just sit out here instead of joining you in there?
Feel free. There's a basilisk out here.
Another one. What?
Yeah, there's basilisks out here, and this guy is screaming in his,
Oh, okay, never mind.
Rat looks down at him, narrows his eyes a little bit, processes what he says. You can tell he's actually thinking about what you're saying, whereas it's very clear he kind of writes you off very frequently.
Mhm.
Otherwise, and he nods his head a little bit.
For what worth? Not stupid, but appreciate warning.
Thank you. I'm gonna get out of Hero's way, and
Thank you for the warning, Tefrid.
He actually unpurchased from Hero, getting ready to go in.
As you enter the inside of the building, and the circular door at the entrance of the den where the hole is begins to slowly wrap itself within with vines, as at least for Kaio, Rat, and Hero, you begin to feel a little bit trapped in here, as it would not be very easy to get out. Now, this den is rather well secured. On the other hand, at least it leads to an exceptional dampening of the sounds of the screams and whispers outside.
You sounded
Right.
rather familiar with the sky screaming. Is this something that happens often in this region?
I'm gonna hold a hand up to Hero.
Yes.
Not our place.
Understood.
Are you unharmed by it? Bitter Trunk of Mithril says to Friend.
I feel I am less so than the others. What is it?
He looks over to the sky. Sometimes the world goes through cycles much shorter in scale. Ones that those of your age can see and feel. And it seems that... And he holds off for a moment. That the world is making up for lost time. It looks over and creaks as different bits of its metal shine a bit in the ever so slight light that's coming through from the cracks in the ceiling and holes in the ceiling, as those of you in the south are able to get the very slightest glints of blue and purple that are glinting off of its metal in this darker environment. Please, come in. And it gestures to the right area.
Thank you.
There is much I wish to discuss, Bitter Trunk. But there is one above the others.
It slowly creaks down and puts itself knees on the ground and gradually just places itself upon the floor ready to listen to you.
And for the first time, besides sleeping, you see Friend also sit. And he digs around in his pack for a couple seconds, and then takes the orb out that he found on the wooden creature far down in the stairwell.
Yep.
What do you feel coming from this?
Slowly reaches out his arm. Takes it. And its eyes close. Let me drag this in if I can. Its leaves begin to rustle in a wind not produced outside of this room, and its branches almost unilaterally begin to sway in an air not present anywhere else here before it comes to an answer. Within this lies souls and within this lies a soul and memories. They are not free. They are trapped is too cruel a word. Contained.
The creature I found this off of, I can only describe as a reflection of myself in a way.
It takes a look at the orb a bit more and moves one of its fingers along it in a circle around the edge, and a small amount of energy begins to wisp out from it and floats gently towards Friend of Mithril's face. Just the very slightest amount. Then places it back on the ground in front of you for you to take.
He pauses for a moment, but then picks it back up.
There is a ritual of which I know that I trust to you. It is often used for those who were not left dead quite right. It is one that has a host, a giver, and a taker. Do you wish to hear what its memories have to say?
Do you believe it is right for me to take?
I believe it was made for someone.
Very well.
He begins to initiate a small process and then stops for a moment and sets it down. He takes a moment to find the right words and make sure to ask of your awareness of the situation. This is not just letting you look upon it like you might a mountain. This is, however small, it will become a part of you. You may find yourself feeling different or feel thoughts that may not have been your own. It involves the three of us all growing closer, and I wish you to understand that.
Felt it was different from the moment that I touched it. I am prepared.
He gestures you up to the north. Up to like this area. If it'll let me ping. And as he places his hand on it, his eyes begin to close, and it seems as if he goes dormant. The orb begins to glow very slightly, and it begins to draw you towards it. It has an allure.
Friend is just waiting for instruction instead of taking any initiative.
It completely calls out to you, and not just it, but friend, as if Friend of Mithril is also calling to you from the orb.
From then, Friend obliges.
And as you touch it, for one of the few times, since I know you've talked about when you sleep, but you don't tend to sleep too often. For the first time that any of the rest of you have seen, he seems to be completely unconscious, as the two of them are in a moment of complete stasis. After about 4 minutes, one of you eventually has the bravery to speak up to each other.
We've been told to be very respectful of this space, and so I'm doing my level best not to touch anything that seems like they would care about it, which seems like everything to me. And this is the quietest and the stillest the Kaya has been during the time that they've known him.
Tefrid is sitting and watching. Right now he looks a little worried.
Rat has gotten impatient and has started pulling out different things that he's managing.
Mhm.
Effort, do you have any idea?
No, go ahead.
Do you have any idea what might be happening if everything is going correctly?
None. This is beyond me. This
All
isn't
right.
my journey. I just hope that it doesn't. I just hope it's not hurting him. There's some things I don't think even we're meant to understand here, way.
Fair enough.
Rat mumbles under his breath in Draconic, "Everything is made to be understood."
The orb begins to glow a bit more and lifts both of their arms up, and their arms, the roots of both of them begin to interweave around the orb, and small bits of green flow between the two of them. A bit from Friend of Mithril to Bittertrunk of Mithril, and some from the orb to them, and some from them to the orb. For Friend, what he experiences in his unconscious dream is new memories, some of which are his, some of which are Bittertrunk of Mithril's, and some of which are neither. Through this, the orb slowly begins to gravitate itself towards Friend, and it begins to almost disintegrate as it travels up through his arm, up into his chest, and gently begins to merge with his eye, and slowly begins to deposit itself there. He begins to see fragments of the past where perhaps the most notable and the only one that is clear is him tending a very small garden. As he begins to return to the world of the living with these newfound memories upon him, his eyes begin to open, and for Tefford in particular, as the first one to see as he is sitting across from him, there's a gentle green illumination that becomes brighter as he fully awakes.
Oh?
Huh.
Oh
Friend,
shit!
Friend, are you okay?
He doesn't respond yet.
I'm just gonna walk forward and I'm just gonna put my hand out. Friend, are you there? It's okay, I can wait. I'm gonna sit again. Is Bittertrunk of Mithril awake?
Absolutely not. He is in a resound stasis as well. He has not begun to open his eyes.
I'd like to walk a little bit more forward and then put my hand on Friend's arm. Friend, are you still there? Okay. I'm going to sit. I'm going to hope that this is all going well. I'll wait. I'll sit again. I don't know a lot about creatures of the nature and of this, but what I do know is that they can take a while. So I'm gonna look back. Yeah, I'm gonna look back. I don't intend on leaving here anytime soon. Not until I get a response.
As you look upon Friend, you see as the gentle moss and grass among the around the ground that has grown is beginning to grow rather profoundly up parts of Friend's arms and around his hands, creating almost like a glove around it as it nestles itself around.
Friend? I'll touch the glove.
Bittertrunk's eyes begin to glow with a gentle green as well. This time, much softer than is with Friend. However, he also remains dormant. This process continues for a bit, giving each of you a fair bit of worry until Mithril begins to be able to move slightly.
What to look at? Is he okay?
That is for him to succeed.
Okay. Okay.
After a few more minutes, you feel his arm twitch.
Oh, are you there, friend?
Is this what it feels like to be asleep?
I can only imagine so. Was it weird and now... So you remembered before and now you remember after? That's a weird way to put it. Yes. Probably. Are you okay?
Yes,
The bark of his skin begins to crack a bit as it moves. It sounds a bit like the popping of bones after a long rest. His joints, as they move, and he very gently begins to shift from his sleeping dream, leaves this gentle yet powerful reverberation through as his body twists into its position.
I feel a piece of me has been restored, despite it being quite foreign.
That's good.
Interesting.
The last of Tefrid's emotional wall is going to fall, and he's gonna just grab and hug friend's leg. I'm just glad you're okay.
Thank you for your concern. But this was not the only reason I wanted to visit. And he sort of pushes him off.
Okay. He will oblige.
Tefrid,
Mm-hmm.
Bitter Trunk is very old. There is a chance that he may know about what happened with your family.
Yeah. That's true. I'll just give friend one more just up and down glance and then look over Bitter Trunk. Actually, look back at friend. Thank you.
Go.
Hello, Bitter Trunk of Mithril. It's been a while for me, maybe not for you. I
His
have
head
a.
slowly tilts down to you, and what you at least would choose to identify as a smile, but perhaps that's your own
Maybe that's
imagination.
the optimist in me.
Yes.
Um. Many years ago, me and my family were on a hunt in the woods for a monster. And what we found was more than that, and it's more than I think I've ever seen before. Maybe since. It was an entity, a creature. It hated. It had powers of illusion magic. It could make it felt like the world bent around it and whatever game it wanted to play. And you see him pause and he gulps. Its name was Gorpak.
I assume Tefrid takes a bit of time to attempt to describe the creature as well.
Yeah, he does his best. A creature with two heads, Gore and Peck, two personalities, scorpion-like body. 4 arms? I felt like it had 4 arms.
Think so?
I think so. Could have been an illusion,
No.
but
He describes it in a way that is
Yeah.
vivid as Tefrid would not be quick to forget.
no, Teffer would not be.
I have rarely gone beyond the bounds of my forest and my domain. But what I do have is those like you and those that travel the trees. And they tell me often of faraway places and faraway things. And I can say I have never heard of a creature, of a scorpion, with a mind that might rival a man.
Rival a man is probably an understatement. It was intelligent. It was smarter than us.
Was it humble?
No.
Then it will fail.
Well. For like, there is a tension that's kind of always been there with Tefrid that for a split second goes. Oh. I don't want it to do to other people what it did to me. What it did to my mom, and what it did to my dad, and what it did to my friend. Do you know how illusions might be stopped? Maybe a way to see through its lies?
It slowly shakes its head no. I
appreciate
am to see what the forest sees. If you can learn to see without... And he just gently, slowly kind of just points to your head, and you pick up that he's probably intending to point towards your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Then you will find a better way.
And thank you for hearing me. And thank you for helping friend.
Would you like to see them?
You would let me?
He slowly moves past you. He
I'd like
kneels
to.
down a bit as you walk past, and for the briefest of moments, you feel like it was a trap as you take a few steps over.
Mhm.
And he gently places a hand on you, and he looks over at friend. The two of you are the purest creatures I have known to talk.
There are tears coming down Tefred's face, but he is trying not to see he is feeling a lot of emotions right now. Zeke walks past to see. Oh no. I don't remember it being that small.
You'd be correct.
I'm sorry.
It is no fault of yours, Tefred.
The
Clearly
first
for friend to
The first time you've ever heard something of this be spoken by Friend of Mithril, as he actually has a bit of a, I can't call it a voice crack, but a break in his
Mhm.
words as he,
like a
It
twig
is-
cracking.
it is the way of things. Or perhaps like a very heavy gulp as
Mhm.
there's just a resounding gap in the speech as the words are said.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I have tried.
I understand. I would ask permission before I took action on this. Would you like me to look at our knowledge, the knowledge of civilization, to see if there's a solution?
As he looks at Tefred, I trust you. And he looks at Friend, and I trust you. And then he's kind of looking at the two of you together, alone.
Nothing will be said then.
He said, I trust
Yeah.
the two of you alone, essentially.
Uh-huh.
Which-
Do not
which ju-
speak a fucking word of this to
That
anybody.
that
is what I'm
is
gonna-
that is one way to interpret that. That is
Mhm.
also, depending on if you choose to, if that is what your judgment is, that he does trust you to make your decision. Does Tefred believe that he can share it without causing problems is the real question he has to consider. Right?
Yeah. If I find anything, whatever I find, I'll try. But I won't breathe a word of this to anybody. It hasn't even been that long.
He slowly begins to shift his visage to the three other guests for a moment. I am sorry. I have been rude.
We arrived unannounced. That would be considered far more rude by most.
He slowly uncurls his left arm as it sort of bends and flattens out as the area from like the wrist to the elbow begins to open up and flatten into smaller areas. Very small sprouts begin to emerge from it and thin berries grow upon them. It is not fit outside. Please rest.
Thank you.
Your hospitality is greatly appreciated.
Right, looks
Kirei
but
is
speaks
probably able to identify that it's some form of good berry.
Yeah, I was gonna say Broadcast good berry.
There are 4 of them.
Aw,
Yippee.
Hey.
what a nice person.
Right, eats all 4.
Oh no.
And then
no.
steals a leaf to himself.
It would be very funny if Rat did.
Roll a con save.
Did I say?
Rat gains 10 pounds.
No,
Which is
rat, they
impressive
stack
considering he was only-
exponentially.
Listen,
Not
you don't
the
know how
yacht.
rat. You don't know how rat eats. Rat eats all of his food at the start of a 10-day period, and then, much like a crocodile, doesn't eat for an extended period of time.
How he eats is gluttonous.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, I saw him eat that turkey thing. Or the
Yeah.
ham or whatever it was. Oh, jeez.
I'm being serious. He eats all of his food in one go and then doesn't eat.
It was traumatic to experience, I remember.
Bro is a fucking chest burster.
So I eat in real life.
Oh no, no, no.
It's bad.
As long as you don't burst out of a ham, I think I'm good.
He can burst out of your chest.
No thanks.
He leans down to Tefred. Would you like to dream?
Did you say dream?
Yes, that is what he said.
You know what? I think, yes, I would. Thank you. I don't know what this means.
He sprouts another small selection of berries. These ones are slightly white, and there are 4 of them.
I will take it, and I will consume it.
1?
1, yes.
1.
You made 4. There's
Yeah.
4 people here.
You begin to feel pretty sleepy.
Just gonna take a seat here.
Fucking Luigi's Mansion 3.
Fucking, I sit and just immediately hit the, like, just out like a light.
He looks to the other 3.
Hmm.
You should save your energy. This will not pass soon.
Right. Right. I know it's kind of silly, but my personal backpack, it has a lot of clothing in it.
Mm-hmm.
I will move to a corner of the cave, take out a set of common clothes, and just put it on the ground like a pillow. Try to lay down and get comfortable.
That's fair. The mules are also in here at the front entrance.
Oh,
I believe they have a... Yeah, they do. They have the bedroll.
oh, let me get an actual bed then. I
They
thought we
got
were roughing it.
They got a 2-person tent. They got 2 bedrolls. I
And they
gave-
also have the magic tent.
You also have the
We
magic
don't know
tent,
about that yet,
but
I
that's
think.
not. Yeah, that's not real yet. That hasn't been identified.
Is
Rat, can you ritual cast?
Nope.
No, Rat is distracted right now. Is the tuning fork still resonating at all, or is inside the
It
cave?
was
completely
when
silent?
you were outside, and when you got inside, it rather quickly went away as the door closed.
Okay, so it's completely silent.
It is completely silent.
Okay. Well, not silent, because he wouldn't be able to hear it either way, but it's not moving.
Yes. It is in
Okay.
stasis.
He's gonna start creating extra copies of them and kind of diagramming to himself. He's very specifically and intentionally not eating anything that Bitterchunk creates and constantly watching him, not resting and
Gotcha.
doing things while he goes.
Does Kaio or Hiroe eat the berry?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Hero eats the good berry, but he's going to pass on the dream berry, citing that he has studies to attend to. But
I
thanks,
see.
Bittertrunk, for the offer.
It shall remain. Bittertrunk looks to friend. I believe we have much to discuss.
Yes.
And they speak in quieter words off on the side for at least the remainder of the day, if not many more. But seeing as it's still the first day, does anything eventually happen during this first day?
At some point, friend offers to try and help the withered sapling.
In what is clearly a recurring sentiment, being the 3rd time now, I trust you.
Knowing that he has failed before gives him some hesitation, but the circumstances have changed and he is reinvigorated in more ways than one.
As you kneel in front of it, you see that the other 2 are beginning to grow much better than they had in the past. It has been a year. They're getting to a point that they are full and healthy, while the one in the middle of the gold leaf is beginning to shrivel. Parts of it are missing. Some leaves are incomplete. Others are missing entirely, and it is weak. Its roots hold strong, but it is clear even to you, with a very basic look, it will not survive the months.
Friend would like to try casting Druidcraft.
Go ahead and click on it. Sure. What would you like to do?
I would like to make it blossom or bud.
You enact a gentle energy to it. The leaves, however slight, begin to straighten up and face slightly more towards the small cracks of light in the ceiling. It's not much, but it might be enough.
He is not satisfied with his performance, but it will do for now.
In the absence of anyone wanting to bring anything else up, will you all stay here until the end of the Bastion turn?
I guess
The
we don't have much
screams-
choice because of the keening.
I was going to ask, is the psychic pain that we experience outside subsiding anytime soon?
It persists for a rather significant amount of the time. If you are staying here, I'd just like to know in general how long you intend to stay here before I proceed with my next little bit.
Until it stops hurting my head to go outside.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
Rat, I'd like you to give me 5 d20s. One for
You
each
got
day.
it, boss.
Not too shabby, all things
It's
considered.
it's
Barely
great.
below average. A 5, a
Actually,
55
pretty
would be
strictly
average,
average.
wouldn't it?
No,
it
this
is
is actually strictly
no,
average.
Wait, a
0.5.
52.5.
It's 0.5 above average.
Yeah, so it's 52.5. Yeah,
Yeah, so it's not great. It's completely average.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
completely fine. Anyway, 3 of those are good. You've gathered a little bit of data. You've figured out that on the second day that you were able to successfully, properly measure it, it was at its peak where it had the most energy in it. On the remaining 3 days, it had less and less. During that time, it was somewhat surprisingly the only day in which you could not actually hear any screaming going on outside. The other days you could, but on the day that it was heaviest, it was completely silent. Like, the entire world outside was just not there. There was no sound outside of this cave.
Hmm.
You could tell that there was still something up there because the sun still shone through. But other than that, that's pretty rough. It's
Mm.
yeah. As to why, that is unfortunately much to your disappointment.
Yeah.
Something that you could not discover. But at least you have more of an answer. It was a very consistent, 7 days, where it had 3 days of noticeable ramp up, a singular peak with silence, and then a 3-day decrease. Plus, you can assume that there was 1 day on either side, as there was the first day with the basilisk before you were able to experience the effects.
Hmm.
And now, on the morning of the 50th, you suspect that it would be safe to travel.
Alright, grumbles a bit, and he's not been sleeping a whole lot because he's been really focusing on this, and he's probably getting hungry at this point, considering he hasn't been eating any of the things that have been offered either. As he kind of scratches his head, irately kind of gets up, stretches a little bit.
Gokan's safe now.
Thank you, Rod. And thank you for your hospitality, Bittertrunk. I hope we have not intruded too much upon your home.
I hope you do not perish.
Thank you.
You were away.
Yes.
We should ask him about the butcher.
Right. Where to begin? In a necropolis to the far south, we encountered a being who addressed himself as Karzan, the so-called Butcher of Mirandor. He was a being made of the bones of many different bodies, and seems to be amassing a horde of skeletons somewhere to the south. Is that a name that you're familiar with?
I greatly enjoyed the presence of those from Mirandor, and was disappointed when I could speak with them no longer. I know not what happened to them, only that they could no longer arrive. I know very little of those from the south, only that they provide good fertilizer for the forest. Which, of course, is a bit of a thinly veiled threat.
But wait, if you knew of Mirandor, then friend, could you show him the veil?
He rummages around in his pack for a short bit before pulling out the veil.
We found this at the remains of another necropolis, and we have been able to determine that it too is an artifact of Mirandor. Is it one that you're familiar with?
He looks at it. It is a beautiful weave, as I would expect from their best. No. Don't know if that went through.
It did.
Okay.
Well, thank you. And
He puts the earth veil away.
but hearing from one who is familiar with the culture that it is in fact from there is thank you.
He looks at Hero for a moment more. Some of them were not unlike you. A vigilance and study. Some. And now, as some of his face begins to shift in a way that the definitely awake Tefford is able to identify as certainly not just his optimism as a smile. Would come and discuss all kinds of wonderful ideas. They were wonderful to have regular company. but such times are long past. You have places to be.
Indeed.
He reaches down into the ground, and though none of you see it, his roots travel through underneath to the doorway, and the door begins to retract like an aperture. Or I guess expand like an aperture. And make way to be able to access the outside world again.
Shall we be on our way then?
Hmm. Yes. As he leaves, Kaio is going to thank our some of our new friend, Bitter Trunk. Not quite as graciously as Hiraway did, but well, we spent 5 days here. I don't feel like I really know them yet, but still. We didn't make enemies, and that's a victory, I think.
I get the feeling it would take nearly a lifetime to properly know a being such as that. Or well,
Kaio
at least one of
nods.
our lifetimes.
Before Friend leaves, he requests a minute with the sapling from Bitter Trunk.
He easily lets you
Mhm.
pass.
And instead of attempting Druidcraft again, Friend is going to try to impart some of the energies that are still relatively churning into the sapling so that it may last a bit longer before his next visit.
As it twists and turns about you and gently flows into it. For the briefest of moments, you have a connection with it not too dissimilar as you had with the orb, and you see back to a brief moment in its past when it grew healthily and without problem, and it feels just a touch stronger.
That is enough for him as he steps away.
Thank you for keeping us safe for this time.
It steps forward, reaches out one hand to each of you. You will both be safe.
Yes.
Yes.
Good. And as
Gonna
you
wait.
make your
wave
way
goodbye.
out from the locale, he watches you with what he is able to know as a sense of pride and hope in what you can leave to whichever way you choose to interpret, as it is not very easy to get a read. But at least you have the fact that you are once more outside and get a good clear look at the sun on this warm, albeit slightly dry day.
Are there birds chirping yet?
There are.
Okay.
It is faint, and it is few, but they are.
I'm glad to be done with that keening.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness for that.
Rat just disappointedly and tiredly just nods his head in no, as he's like very clearly frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
What's the, I might have missed something. Why does he seem frustrated?
He spent
He
all
didn't
that
say
effort
any
creating.
Trying to
But you said it was
out.
pretty clear that he was frustrated.
No, he didn't say any reason. It's clear that he is.
Right,
but...
I think he was saying that to Hero.
No, I'm asking, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because it's clear in character that you seem frustrated, but Kaio has no idea why.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Oh,
you were saying.
If you were watching him, he spent all that time creating something, presumably to. Right, was that thing you were creating to measure the keening or something of the sort?
He kind of throws his hands up a little bit.
Something.
Something of the sort.
See, that's why
And it's over.
Well, that's about as much of an answer as I could have expected, I guess.
He kind of just like narrows his eyes and just
Why don't
and he grumbles. He turns
If
to
you-
Hero away and is finally he's popped his lid, and just starts going off in Draconic.
Why are you idiots so quick to just accept shit that happens in this world, not question anything, and just, well, we'll write it out, we'll figure it out, it'll pass over, instead of, I don't know, try and circumvent it, try and do something for it. Instead, you just sit here and accept it. Your thumb must be warm. How deep it is up your ass.
He said that in Draconic, just to be clear?
Yep.
Right, yep.
Okay.
I'm,
Absolute nonsense to everyone else.
Oh,
Here
he's
is taking a
speaking
moment. Here is
Maybe
taking a
he's
moment
cranky.
to process it and
Bargain.
figure out a decent response. I accept this not because of what it is, but because it is a symptom of the spell plague, which we are trying to understand, which we are trying to figure out how to resolve, and in so doing, we understand aspects of its nature, but much like the spell plague itself, such things are beyond foreknowledge. They are beyond the ability of any techniques that we have to mitigate. And we happened to have a way in front of us to mitigate it. And while I don't know about the rest, well, I know Friend had a particularly productive few days. I was able to make reasonable progress toward rediscovering some magics that I myself lost to the spell plague. Piecing together old formulae.
He's just rubbing his face.
It's not about what you did during that time. I couldn't care less what you did. It's how you all think.
Not everything can be known with the tools we have on hand. We seek out the tools, we seek out the methods, and then we learn.
didn't seem very interested in seeking out any tools or any methods. It was very much, oh, it'll be over. Oh, we'll ride it out. So quick to accept how it is.
Well, I would ask a question of you then. Did your refusal to accept turn up any results?
No more about it for now, at least.
Right, you did make the tuning fork.
Beyond that, have measured and understand stages. Different phases to each of these, what you call keenings.
Right,
Some
and
unrecognizable, others recognizable, peaks and falls.
we were able to recognize that with how the basilisk reacted on the first day, but then the rest of us suffered ill effects on the second.
No, beyond that. The actual... I'm not going to bore you with all of the details that you probably won't understand. But I have more in-depth measurements of how it functions, okay? Maybe you would have them too. If you cared at all to look for them.
And I didn't look because I knew that you were looking, and I thought it prudent to channel my efforts elsewhere.
He shakes his head. He just grips his hands closed and opens them like he's breathing. He's channeling his stress. And he just looks down at the ground, shakes his head.
Some of you, I guess, get a pass because things were happening. I don't expect the fucking tree to...
As he kind of just waves his hand at friend
to do something while whatever was going on was going on. I guess I could theoretically give you a pass because of your supposed whatever trust, but I still don't believe you, and I still don't believe anything you say isn't a lie. You've given me no reason to expect that. You're quite a talker. And those other two, I don't...
He just shakes his head.
I have no idea about Kyle. Still in Draconic, by the way.
Oh
Mhm.
no, I know. It's just funny.
This is exactly what I mean.
As he points towards you.
Immediately you flip and try and just identify with. I don't need your affirmation.
He just shakes his head and starts walking off. He does look back at the group because he's expecting to just go because he's done talking.
Back to Connor. Come on, we need to make up for lost time.
Mm-hmm.
His kobold was absolutely showing in his draconic speech, as some of his more angry moments are almost closer to yipping.
It is the morning of the 50th.
So we make it to the beachhead, and from there we should be able to chart a fairly quick path to the city itself,
Seems
cutting
simple
through
enough.
Aurora.
Yep. All right. Are we stopping? Do we want to stop in Aurora,
I'd like.
or do we
no.
want to? Oh,
Go,
yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Misunderstood.
Do we want to stop in Aurora toward to the end of the week, or do we want to simply rest?
I see little reason to stop in Aurora. It's only about 5 days from there to the city.
Okay.
We have enough supplies. Maybe we stop for 1 day to offload some of the trade goods that we found.
Mm-hmm. Did we add the? I'm just now realizing. Did we add the ones I found in the barrel to an inventory somewhere? Okay.
They're in the mule. We got 10 high value, 100 low value.
We already had high value in the mule. I didn't add
Oh.
anything. I don't know if you did.
Okay, so we need to add 10 more high value.
Mm-hmm.
Did we bring the?
We also already had the low
100
value as well. Did you bring the 100 low value? That was the question.
Everything was in the barrel.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll have to. Oh wow, that all made it.
Of note, I assume y'all didn't re-pick up your stuff from Foilo?
We did. There's nothing in Foyo anymore.
Oh, okay. Good it is. Got it.
We have to
Yippee.
leave 3 behind, but yeah.
No, we didn't leave anything behind.
Can we not? I thought 490 was our limit.
Well, we didn't have to leave anything behind. Just remember, we got the Tensor's disc.
Bruh.
Heck, we put
Anyway,
just put more shit in the barrel
So,
and put that on the disc. All right.
There you go.
50th.
There were 100 low in low value goods there.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Couple of encumbrance.
So, are we gonna get the boat back out?
We
Well,
might as
well.
well.
All right.
Of
1,
note,
2.
you have not used the boat this
Mhm.
this bastion turn.
If we go here, that's one, and then we can just get over here.
I trust you.
Instead of spending 2 movement to get here.
Yep. If that is okay, Tefred.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It is the morning of the 31st. You can see
That would
very,
be-
very far. Whoops.
The 51st.
Yeah, the 51st. You can
Yeah.
see very, very far on the horizon the slightest bit of smoke stacks, as you can see, of smoke billowing into the air. As you can see, some of the farthest out settlement, some of the signs of the farthest out settlements. Go ahead and roll me some shit.
Because it's now the 1st of High Sun, right?
Yep.
Alright, so Chad, consume the rations. Golden, roll your threat rolls. Albatross, roll your d8 plus 5.
9.
Alright.
Do not subtract rations.
Oh,
Okay.
oh
Because
yeah,
we
because we
ate all
spent
the-
yeah, good berries.
I am going to subtract. How many is it? It's 70 for the 4 of us. Wait, how does that math out?
Just don't subtract this bastion turn.
No, but Rat didn't eat any of the good berries, so Rat still needs to eat.
So that's just 10.
That's just 10. Got it.
Alright, then Aura, Bastion action.
I'm studying until I get my my charisma increase.
That's fair. Golden.
And I am glad that you guys ate good berry because it is a hot week.
I'm
So we
burning.
would have been eating double rations.
Yep.
Does
you,
that mean Rat
Goodberry.
ate 20?
No, rat ate rations while they were in the place.
Okay.
Golden, what are you doing?
Starting.
Okay. Chad?
Rat still probably gets worn out by, like, traveling on hot day, but I will say that you
I
guys,
can eat another 10 if you want.
yeah. What I'll say is that you just end up being you just eat a little bit more in town, and you just take like 6 copper off or whatever.
No,
you
some of it's 12 copper.
No.
Poor rat's copper. All right, I've taken it off.
You're right next to a settlement.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Maybe steal a
Herbalism
chicken,
for
who
food.
knows?
also
Mhm.
kinda herbalism for food as well.
Albatross, what are you
Mhm.
up to?
Gathering.
Okay.
So that's a 15 and a...
I'm gonna go steal Farmer Maggot's potatoes.
Oh, nice.
Thought that 18 was mine for a second. I'm like, that's not how math works.
Your gathering roll?
No. Oh yeah. 1 second. I was writing down my research points before I forgot.
Yeah.
And I just did it wrong. 308, not 305. Okay. It is not my night, guys.
God almighty. And an
Thank
8,
God I wasn't doing anything important this session.
so just a 15 for the rations. Which is something. Is it 1 for every point over 13, was it? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so as well.
Okay.
That's how I've been going with it.
Yeah.
If I'm
it's,
wrong,
it's
then-
awkward to be able to like gather enough while you travel, but it is possible once you get better.
And if more of us do it.
I've been thinking about adding the option to like roll twice and add them together if you're not moving, but I also think that that's probably a bad rule because that just encourages you to eventually stop and sit down for a while,
Mm-hmm.
which
That would
maybe
also be
works.
not moving for an entire bastion turn. That
Yeah.
oof.
Very expensive in terms of rations.
Well,
But we
that's
would be
the
getting
point.
more back.
It would be an
so-
attempt to get a net gain, yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean,
The question would be,
But-
would be enough of a net
but
gain?
I'm
Right,
about to
and-
have expertise on
on tool checks, yeah.
full
Mhm.
checks, which will add it to a plus 11, and if multiple people are doing it, it'll be plus 12. And that means the average that I will get is 22.5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is still
Covering
only
2 people?
9.5. No, that's one
Oh,
person.
oh, that's
9.5 is 10 rash is yeah, that's
No,
that's
no,
less
sorry. I
than
thought
10
you were saying
rations
you were
average.
getting 22 and a
No,
half
22.5
rations.
average roll is what it is on rolling, which means standing still with my massive expertise plus 11 doesn't even cover Rat himself. So if you advantage that, then the aggregate is, I believe
Well, it's
a
not
roughly
advantage,
plus
it's roll
5.
twice and add. But either
Add
way.
together?
yeah.
Oh, then
Like
it would just
basically doubling.
almost cover 2 people for just Rat's gathering roll, which
Right.
is an enormous bonus.
Right. Anyway, that's stuff to be able to be discussed later.
Yeah.
Welcome to the first of High Sun.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It's now officially been a year since we've started.
Holy
my
shit!
goodness.
And you're not too far from it either.
So funny that it feels like the party doesn't really trust each other still.
Speak for yourself. I trust all of you.
I haven't scammed
One.
Tefrid yet, so I guess I trust him well enough.
The river's right here where you guys were drowning. Ain't that great?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I love drowning.
So,
Or was
And
it
roads
this
are
one?
only one movement, right?
Regardless of the
One,
basic terrain behind it.
2, 3.
Of
Second.
note, these roads are completely new. You see a few workers working on the side as you approach this area and set up for camp. There's a bit of sound of distant wood chopping and like rock breaking as you take the night. It's a bit annoying, but it's nothing compared to the previous week's screaming, and you still manage to get good sleep.
All right.
It is the second.
Second. All right. 1, 2, 3.
3, 4.
3, 4. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a road
Ah!
has to be between the two.
Gotcha.
4, 5, 6,
6.
6. There you go.
That's
Of
the
note,
fourth.
Kark is no longer here.
Oh
That
shit!
is a surprise to you.
This was a
Happened.
city, right?
This was a logging camp.
A town. Oh, is there
Oh.
not enough?
Were we
Is there
not-
not enough wood around anymore?
Were we not gonna offload something in Aurora while we were there?
No reason to.
Yeah, especially because we got the person who can we got the broker for the low value stuff in the Shining City.
I suppose so.
Yeah. As you travel through, 1, 2, 3, you see as there's quite a lot of devastation in this area, as it is now a lot of semi-barren plains. It's not like barren, but a lot of the trees that had been there are much more gone now, and similarly, a lot of the trees on the other side of the river have been cleared to farmland. The ground is rather soft as you approach. Another 1, 2, 3 for the end of the 5th day. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, as for the end of the 5th day, as there's about twice as much farmland on this side as there was when you had left about, I believe it was 2.5 months ago? Was the last time you were in the
No,
city?
it was.
Uh,
Hold on, let me check my journal.
It's a sizable enough time. And on the 6th, you enter the city. I'm going to ask for the purposes of abstraction that the party has had enough at the moment to probably just want to relax and take a bit of a breather for the remaining 4 days of this Bastion turn and just attempt to reacclimate themselves to normal society before attempting to get on with anything particularly of effort.
100% true. Very
Reacclimate to normal society. Now I'm gonna start fighting people.
correct.
Very true.
I will watch. I'll place bets.
Friend is going to make sure that his hood is fitting,
Mhm.
It fits well.
along with the mask portion of it.
So, not for this Bastion turn, but for the previous one where we were going and actually meeting Bittertrunk, we max rolled exploration. Did we not find anything with a max roll exploration? Because we max rolled exploration, we saw the basilisk, and then we went into the cave for the rest of the Bastion turn.
All right.
That just feels a little disappointing.
Yeah, it does. Since like a lot of that was hold up.
Yeah. But to be fair, the sky was screaming.
It does make it a little difficult.
I guess, but when we max roll exploration in the city, we find stuff in the city. I don't know.
True.
On the one hand, I understand the feeling and I understand the idea of like, yeah, it can work in other places. On the other hand, there's like, I think the weather event being, oh fuck, everybody get inside, has a bit more, like, overrides it a little bit. I can,
I guess.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
I'll try to, what was the exploration roll this time? I saw the
I don't
threat
know.
rolls, I didn't see the exploration roll. If there was
9.
even one.
There
9?
was. It was a 9.
So that was a 4+?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah.
It's just you
I
talk
think
a lot
since
about
that is
how-
more interesting, and the fact that, yeah, I agree that's a little gimped, we'll just make it so that, like, you max roll exploration on your bastion turn in the city. Because I think that's more interesting anyway.
Yeah.
That's better than going
It's-
back and retroactively
yeah.
doing it.
Yeah,
there's
definitely. I agree. We
basically,
shouldn't
like-
retroactively do
Because there's,
anything.
like, basically
Mm.
nothing interesting over there to do right now, since, like, the
Yeah.
fucking audio was going on. Anyway, the party has 4 days in the city. It is nice to be able to actually have some degree of being able to sit back and relax and spend just a touch of money enjoying themselves.
Mhm.
Not enough to make a dent in anyone's coffers, not enough to make anyone have to cross something off a sheet. Just, you know, pocket change that you had in a pocket
Mhm.
that you didn't realize. With that, unless somebody
Nice.
has something they'd like to narrate, it is the 11th, and I would like it to be the end of the session. If you'd like to go ahead, go for it.
Yeah, I do have one thing that I would like to bring up before the end of the session, in that, like, the day after they get there, before he actually gets onto the business of relaxing, Hirway does that skywrite that was listed,
Gotcha.
because he's been kind of agitated by the delays, and he wants to reestablish the status quo.
Can we identify the glass shards before I forget that they exist?
Right?
Yes, I can
Alright.
identify ritual casting stuff.
Would you like to do that and the tent?
Yep.
And I believe
that's what
those
we
are
have
the
left,
only
right?
two ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Hiraway, on the second day, so the 8th, probably one day after that, you, in addition to having actually remade contact with the Rat King, as will be established and talked about next session, one of the members from the Developmentalists ends up. Where are you staying for this? Are you staying in a hotel? Are you like inn, or are you?
Probably staying in an inn.
Gotcha. A developmentalist ends up knocking on your door one of the days and quietly hands you a letter.
Ooh, I like letters. Or I might not.
Or you might not. You
Count
tend
your
to like
days,
letters, but
loser.
it says "fuck you, get fucked."
Oh no.
It has been
true.
it has been added to the journal section for you.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Hmm.
Is it present?
Oh, processing request. Oh. New rehabilitations. I
Feel free to discuss
Hillary
with
would-
the other party members if you so choose.
I'm mostly just asking because I as a player have no fucking clue what this is talking about.
Okay, I will DM you, and because he would probably know.
Yeah. He is smarter than I am.
Well, he knows the lingo.
Good to know. Good to know.
Anyway, with that knowledge, what does Hiroi do?
Hiroi is going to keep this to himself.
As is good. Is any right. Your two identifies. Superb. The first, that being the dark shards. Let me go ahead and pull this right on up. So pretty much the simple way of putting it is that these are very, very old fragments from something of a time long ago, and it still retains some elements of the magic of the world before the spell plague happened. It would be highly likely that breaking one of those shards just before casting a spell would lead to a great empowering of that spell in some capacity.
Ooh.
As for the second one, not that one, this one. The tent, once you figure out how to actually say the command words, which Rat is able to identify through a fair bit of vigorous testing using some of his knowledge in addition to a bit of physical manipulation, discovers that the tent, when it opens up, it only takes up like a 5x5 space or so, but it's about 15 by 15 feet on the inside. It has, when he opens it up, and actually opens it up with the command word, there's actually a few items already inside it, not just the tent itself, but there's, if you actually click on it in the party storage, like group mobile storage, you can click on it and see what's actually already inside it. There's some rope, there's mess kit, shovel, tinder boxes, torch, a pair of simple clothes, water skin, those sorts of things. And upon trying to put different things in it, Rat is able to deduce that basically as long as it quote unquote belongs in a tent, it will stay in the tent when the tent is closed. And it does not weigh anything anywhere near what it should, because Rat can pick it up, and Rat knows he cannot pick up 100 feet of rope and a shovel and a torch at the same
Damn, he's
time.
weak as shit. 100 feet of rope is like 2 pounds.
100 feet
20
of
pounds.
rope is 40 pounds.
Yeah, 40 pounds.
Yeah, according to D&D, D&D's wrong. 50 feet of hemp rope is like a pound.
See, but that's where you're wrong. They misspelled lead when they wrote hemp.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah. Very true, very true. I think modern building techniques for ropes makes things a lot better. But anyway.
Not 10 times better, though.
Are there
Yeah,
any other
sorry.
activities the party would like to do during this brief time before the end of the session?
No, I
Probably
think that
auto
would be-
sell all of our copper rations
Yeah.
just for
What was the deal? At
Convenience.
neutral?
at neutral.
Yeah. Go for it.
All right. Let me add up all of the bois. It's 250 of the low value, which is 4 copper each. Let me delete all of this real quick. 250 times 0.04 is 10 gold.
Alright. I will tell everyone to go ahead and level up as long as you sell a non-trivial amount of, or at least a borderline trivial amount of the other trade goods you have, you will be
Mhm.
leveling up. So I will say
We
go
have-
ahead and prepare to level
yeah.
up.
We
Oh my
have like
gosh.
15 gold of premium and
Yeah.
10 gold of
I
high
will
value,
just say
so-
it, as long as you sell 6, you're good.
Yeah,
from
I
here.
mean
Yeah.
that's you know
It's
I will just level
borderline trivial.
just
So
to save time for next session.
be prepared to level up in the interim before next session. And with that, I think it has been a joyous session full of ups and downs. We had a bit of surprise as hostilities of any kind were really frowned upon by the world, which led to a close encounter of the ghastly kind, but also a close encounter of a much friendlier kind, however brief that time may have been. The party then traveled, abusing a bit of this invulnerability, to explore what might happen east, and picked up a little bit more on a clue to a potential convergence point of these skeletons before heading back to the Shining City. Unfortunately, that travel was cut a bit short by both the joy of being able to stop by Bitter Trunk of Mithril and the pain of having to stop by Bitter Trunk of Mithril due to a series of screams and whispers upon the sky, most notably showcased by the basilisk which retched. After a good hearty amount of time with friend adapting to his new life and a new way of viewing the world, the party continued on the road and made it back to the Shining City in time to prepare for another grand adventure. Thank you all for being part of this wonderful session.
Indeed.
I look forward to seeing where we go next. But for now, that's it. So I'll catch y'all around. Hopefully I can see, probably won't be next Thursday, probably the week after. And I hope to see you then. Bye-bye.
Uh,
Have a good night.